Oh, Garfield, we have a visitor. Please welcome my guest this evening, Miss Jackie.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Howdy, howdy. That's a lot of chat cat.
That is a lot of chat cat. Well, welcome in, Miss Jackie. As always, folks, let me know if there's any issue with the volume for Jackie or myself. I've got a playlist that's actually provided by Jackie as well that should be going. There's a bunch of different songs here that are going to be varying volumes, so hopefully I've got them to a nice average. The chat cats just keep going.
They do.
But I suppose that's a good place to start. That for anyone who might not be familiar with you, Miss Jackie, if you could introduce yourself, and I suppose also introduce Chat Cat, because I get the feeling we'll be talking about them at least a little bit tonight.
Yes. Okay. Oh, hi, I'm Jackie. I'm a variety streamer, a cat VTuber. I stream a mixture of indie games, Soulsborns, and retro games, as well as GeoGuessr and randomizers. Yeah, that's me. I'm a big kitty. That's what I do.
And Chat Cat is your faithful companion,
Yes.
who is not appearing tonight, but anytime that you see Jackie on her channel, you will see this wonderful little gray cat with the purple neckerchief on it. That is one of the most amusing implementations of text-to-speech redeems that I have ever seen.
Yeah, that's my talking TTS mascot, Chat Cat, which is the embodiment of chat itself into one singular being of chaos.
The great hive mind of Chat Cat.
Yeah, it's the hive mind.
Yes, and actually, you had a subathon last week. Initially, we were going to have this show right after it. You had some internet troubles, but in all honesty, I was a bit relieved because it meant that you got some time to rest and relax after a very long 18 hours. The initial plan had been 24, I believe, but you called it for your own health, and I'm glad that you had the wherewithal to know, all right, I'm at my limit, we're going to call it. But you didn't end until after you had reached your final goal, which was getting 1,000 subs, and for that, you are in the process of creating a Chat Cat plushie.
Yes, yeah, it's currently in the works right now, actually, which is very exciting.
It's very exciting indeed. I know a couple of different VTubers who have done plushies. It is a surprisingly involved undertaking of the design for a plushie is so unlike most other types of merch, because usually for merch you upload a flat image and it'll get applied to something, whether it be, a docky or a sticker or what have you. When you're working with a plushie, you need something that is 3D, and it needs to be something that is going to be feasible to make into, a fabric plushie. And the number of manufacturers for those types of custom pieces are far fewer and far more expensive, from what I understand, than your average merchandise manufacturer. So it is an undertaking, to say the least, and I'm not surprised that it was for that highest tier for the subathon.
That's why it was so high, because I know what it takes to... My friend, thankfully, who I have a friend of mine who makes plushie merch, like fan art stuff.
Okay, so they
and
at
I was
least,
like, yo, how do you do it? And they gave me they gave me a really good manufacturer with good prices. They showed me how to do pre-orders and where to put my shop up online.
That's
so
really
I have
good.
I've got all the things I need to make this the least cost expensive, but also good for everybody else who's buying plushies.
Awesome.
So
and
it's a good
that way
balance.
you're not sort of having to experiment or sort of hope, all right, is the manufacturer that I found at a good price actually going to deliver a quality product? Or are they actually going to deliver anything? Or am I going to have some issues? So knowing, especially when you can have a referral like that to a manufacturer that a friend has used, that's the best.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure it's probably going to take a while, but usually for these types of things that you have to do the samples, you have to actually get them made at whatever number. I'm not sure if you're doing pre-orders, if you're just going to order in bulk, but usually my guess is the turnaround time for this is going to be 6 months at least.
Probably something like that, yeah. I mean, the thing right now I'm working on is the actual initial design of it, but I do want to do like a not like a pre-order, but more of like an interest check to see who actually
Mm-hmm.
wants one. Because I do not want to spend the money ordering bulk plushies and have like 10
There's a
people
reason.
want them.
Yeah,
Because
there's
plenty of people
most
will say
do
they
that.
want one. Yeah, everyone can say I want one, but like who's gonna actually buy one is the real question. So I need to know how much to get, what to put aside money-wise, all that stuff first.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be a process.
Sounds like you're doing it the smart way, though, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing the finished product.
Yeah.
So, for you yourself, you are a cat and you have your cat cafe. It is Machi's cafe, though, and you are not Machi, and Chat Cat isn't Machi. So, who is Machi?
That's actually me. That's my, I guess like I'm Jackie,
Okay.
but my character's name is Maki. It's like a mixture
Maki,
of
okay.
two. Because when I first started VTubing, I was very much seeing the other side of it, where it's very much like you are a character, you're not you're something else, you're playing a character and playing a role, blah blah blah. So I was like, okay, cool, my name's Maki, I have this lore, blah blah blah. Yeah, I this is just my character's name. My persona is Maki. It's short for macchiato because it's coffee.
Coffee,
Coffee
yep.
themed cat.
Okay.
So people do call me both. I get Maki, I get Jackie, I get, as you can see in your chat, mother.
Oh yes,
So,
no, that is the go-to term for Chat Cat of just mother something
Mother.
something.
Yeah. Yeah. So I am. It's confusing, but it is just my persona is me, my character. So it just has become more of people just call me Jackie instead, but both work.
If you were to actually open a cafe, what would the specialty be?
I mean, it'd probably be more so the baked goods. If I was running it myself, I like to bake a lot.
You do have a
so-
good variety in that
Yeah.
little case over
Yeah,
on
see?
your side.
Right
a
over
lot
there.
of really nice looking cakes.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite order for whenever you go to a cafe? Even if you never open one, that you walk into your average cafe, what's your go-to?
I mean, when I'm talking like when it goes to coffee, I mean my name is Maki, but my favorite coffee is caramel macchiatos, which is what my whole persona is. It's a caramel macchiato design, like the browns are all
as soon
caramel
as you
colors.
say that, I was like, oh yeah, makes
Yeah.
perfect sense.
That, and then I get like a croissant for snacks. I'm very much a snack person.
Good taste with croissants. I like plain croissants, but also I'm just a sucker for chocolate croissants.
The best kind, yes, 100%.
Yes. All right. Awesome. So, like you mentioned, you're a variety streamer. You've done a lot of different ones. You actually recently did, it was last month, I believe, a top 50 games list.
Yes.
And went through it. And I actually took the time, watched that full video. A lot of those are not mainstream titles. That you play a lot of indie games.
Yeah. One of the things I really want to do as a streamer, like one of my goals and why I began streaming, besides like I just wanted to, was I want to use my platform to showcase games that other folks might not know about, because oftentimes indie games don't get shown off the way they deserve to. So especially now that I've gotten a bigger community, I want to use that to like replay my favorite indie games, or just like showcase new ones. They're my favorite thing to play most of the time.
Yeah. And goodness knows, the past 10 years in particular have been a huge just revolution and renaissance for independent gaming. That complain as people might about things like the Epic Game Store and Steam, that the fact that people can now create and distribute games without the type of overhead that is very similar to something like a Plushie, where you have to go through manufacturers and distribution and all that, where people can now just upload their game and have it be distributed. And obviously, there have been some stinkers over the years, and these different platforms have implemented various guidelines and quality control measures, but the fact that people can just get their games out there is unlike anything we've seen in game history prior. And it's so cool because these are the types of games that would never see the light of day at all if this were 15 years in the past.
Exactly.
Do you have any favorite, because we have the favorite list of games, and I will get to that. Have you found any favorite studios of ones that you just say, all right, they've hit 2 or 3 times on just getting out good games, and I'm always on the lookout whenever they have something new that they do quality stuff?
I'm gonna try to actually find the name. They've made a couple of my favorite games. Let's see who made this one. Let me see. I mean, there's like a studio who made the games like Wander Song. I think their name is just like Game Maker Studios, but they make really good stuff. And that's a
Wander Song was
actually
a
a
cool
thing.
one. If memory serves, I think it was 10 or 11 on your list. It was very high up. And that's the one where you use your voice to actually interact with everything. That there's a bit of platforming and some puzzles, but instead of the normal button input, it's using your voice. I remember I think actually the first time I saw that particular game was Hololive. I've seen a couple other streamers do it since, but for some reason that's just the one that I sort of think of as that first instance of seeing that. It's a really cool game, and as a musician that I have played trombone. It was something I did in middle school, high school, college. Haven't been able to do as much, but music is something that I'm very passionate about, and seeing it implemented in such a way for a game was very unique, and it's something that I hope more games try to figure out ways to lean into in the future. And obviously it's very tech dependent, that I wouldn't say it was really even feasible until past a decade or so, but now that we have technology where it is, I hope it's something that gets experimented with more.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's a really unique game in a lot of aspects, but especially in the mechanics itself, it's so good, so unique.
There's a lot of games, like you mentioned. There was 50 on the list. We're gonna talk about number 1 later for sure.
Yeah.
So that one aside, are there any particular ones that you feel like just don't get enough publicity that you really want to push out there and say, hey folks, point at this one, see this one?
It's weird because like the one that I always talk about is it was like number 3 on my list, which is Lisa the Painful, which is a really good RPG, but it's hard to recommend because the subject matter is so dark, and you know it's very much a weird game.
Yeah, I have not played that one.
It's a very important game.
But
yeah,
you were describing it in that video, and you said that it is difficult to recommend for those reasons. That also you mentioned it at one point, it being a product of its time. I'm guessing that there are certain things that in the time since its release would be considered
bad,
not so great.
Yeah,
but
the creator has apologized for its
and you mentioned
past
that
stuff, but yeah,
and that's always
it's
good
a
to
game
hear.
that's I mean, besides all that, like it is a really important game. It's what inspired Undertale to even become a game, like one of the games that inspired Undertale, which you know everyone loves that game and stuff. I mean, I wish more people would like acknowledge how cool Lisa is for its music and everything, but you know, I don't blame folks for not wanting to. Another game on my list I want to push out more, but it's not like a great stream game, is Disco Elysium. It's a political game. It's really good though, but it's all based around politics and really serious topics and stuff, but it is one of a kind as far as video games go. Super good.
Yeah, that's one. Well, I suppose, to be fair, I haven't played the vast majority of games on that list. That I actually work for a game developer by day, and it's very much something that I've realized since starting that my game consumption has plummeted like a rock. I know some people at the company play a ton of games still. For me, and part of it is probably due to the fact that a lot of what I do has been in QA, prior to that community management, but I guess since I interact with those particular aspects, that usually when I'm not working, I tend towards, watching anime, watching streams. So, I want to start getting back into playing more games though, and I definitely am going to be keeping your list on hand because there's a lot of really cool ones that I still play the big titles. I'm a Nintendo fan. I'm picking up the new Kirby game, anything that Pokemon releases. I'm a bit basic in those regards for sure, that I hit those really simple, normal mainstream titles. But I used to be more into the offbeat ones, and I want to get back into that. So your list is actually going to become a really good resource for me.
Yeah, my top 10 are always like what I try to push towards my other friends who stream. I've been boiling my friends to play number 6 on my list, which is Hypnospace Outlaw. It's a really cool game.
That one looked interesting. That one looked weird.
That game is literally, it's just a 90s internet simulator, but the story and the writing is, I mean, I call it a masterpiece, and I'm being very serious about that because it's written so well. You feel like you're actually just reading people's real life pages of their internet, their blogs and stuff. And it's got a really deep and really cool story with twists and turns you don't expect. And I did cry at the end. It's very sad at the end of the game, but it's really, really good.
But, I'm someone, I don't like getting sad with media whether it be games,
I love it.
Movies, music, that I generally tend towards the happier fare, or even if not necessarily the happy fare, that I usually don't go for the things that are really actively sad throughout. That, a good story is going to have some tragic moments or some sad moments, and that's fine. I like a game with good writing that has that type of depth, but games that are usually a bit I don't want to say depressing, but a bit darker and more somber throughout, that if that's the more overarching tone, that's not usually what I pick up. But every so often I make exceptions to that rule when I get suggestions from people that are just like, get through it, it's worth it, this is something very special. So I'll definitely keep an eye on that one, because Disco Elysium is a title that has come up not just from you, that just other friends of mine have mentioned this game. So it's
Disco
one that
Elysium
I've
is
been
really,
aware
really
of.
good. Yeah, I played it when it first came out, and it got a new update like last year, where it like got new voice acting and improvements in the game itself. It's great. It's a really, really good game. It's really funny too. Like, besides it being like a serious game about politics and mystery, it's also generally really funny because you are just a guy who like lost their memory, and you're a cop, and you talk to your head like all the time, like your thoughts. It's really good.
Okay, that actually sounds a bit more like what I would enjoy, because I
Yeah,
very
you
much enjoy
yeah.
mysteries.
Oh yeah.
Well, one of the phrases that I use for media that I like is, I like smart people doing smart things. I love I love mystery stories. I love ones where it's a smart protagonist. Not necessarily politics, but political intrigue is something I love watching. So the idea of it being a detective, and if you're going through your own head, there has to be some layer of mystery there, and so that's even more exciting to hear. So yeah, putting an asterisk next to that one for things that I do need to check out.
Yeah. It's good time, because you also like, it's very much a game where choices do actually matter, and like every game will be different because you have to make your own build when you first start out of what kind of cop you want to be.
Yeah,
I
you
chose
mentioned that
smart
you and
cop
your
the first
friend.
time. Yeah. Yep. They went more psych based. I went smart based, and we had a very different experience in our gameplay, like almost entirely different. It was very cool.
Okay, that's dangerous though, because that means that then I might lose even more to multiple playthroughs. But
yep,
just more to look forward to for sure.
Yeah.
When it comes to some of the more mainstream ones, one of your top 5, I think it was number 5, is Bloodborne. And obviously, Souls games have become their own subgenre, really, that you don't just say, all right, it's an action RPG. That in the past decade, Souls games have become a thing of their own, of just a combination of their mechanics of when you die that you lose this thing and that you have to reclaim it to get some of your power back, but also the grueling boss battles. And obviously Elden Ring has been very much front and center the past month or so. I would say I had Barry on the show, but it was actually the opposite. It was one of my few, as I call them, on-site interviews, because it was the day after Elden Ring had launched, and he had mentioned to me how excited he was to play it and that he was going to be streaming it a lot. And so we sort of decided, like, the day or 2 days before the show, let's do it on your channel and we'll chat while you're playing Elden Ring. So if anyone wants to see that, that episode is up on my YouTube channel now, but that was a fun one. And for you though, Bloodborne is the height of that genre for you.
Yes. It's my favorite one. I mean, to be fair though, I'm just now playing the actual Dark Souls series. I played Bloodborne first because I already had it when I had a PS4. So that was my first experience with a Soulsborne game in general, and I loved it so much that I'm, very addicted to it. I just finished Dark Souls 1 for the first time last month on stream, and I really, really enjoyed it. So I am going to be playing 2 and 3 after I kind of get past the Elden Ring obsession, which might never end, but once I played enough that I can go back to playing normal Dark Souls 2 and start that experience.
Mm-hmm. What is it about Bloodborne that really sets it apart for you?
It's definitely the theme. I'm a big fan of cosmic horror and that kind of genre of body horror, and the lore itself has really gotten me too, which I know all the games have really good lore. I've not dug deep into Dark Souls' lore yet, but Bloodborne it's everything about it is what I like. I like the werewolves, the Victorian era creepiness of it, how the whole tone of the game shifts halfway through to something different. I don't know. I just love it so much.
Yeah, despite the fact that you are this cozy, comfy caramel macchiato cat, you do like your horror. Oh my goodness.
I love it.
That is something that I learned about you when we talked earlier, because I'd seen you play Bloodborne, I think, once or twice, but I hadn't realized, or I maybe just hadn't connected the dots of the number of different horror things you liked. And it was something that when I was watching that top 50 games list that I started seeing, okay, yep, that's another horror game, that's another horror game.
Yep.
It's definitely something for your number one game, and it's something for several movies that you mentioned. Bumming around to a lot of things there, but before I forget, I have one question which might seem a bit off topic, but are you into Magic the Gathering at all?
I'm not.
Okay.
I hung out with the Magic the Gathering crowd when I was in college, because I just found a group of guys to hang out with. I've been exposed to a lot of Magic the Gathering, but I've never played it, not once.
That is fine. I bring this up because one of the worlds in Magic the Gathering is called Innistrad. It is one of the, I'd say, top 3 most popular worlds in that universe. And it is all Victorian and Gothic horror, and at one point it includes cosmic horror. So even if you never play Magic the Gathering, I recommend looking up some of the art for the Innistrad plane. I think it would be right up your alley, just aesthetically, even if you never play the game. Like I said, just something I think you would appreciate, since all the things that you listed of, the subsets of horror hit that. So something I think you might like.
Yeah, I'll look. I really enjoyed the art of Magic the Gathering. I would look at the pretty cards, and that was about my limited exposure to it, so I will definitely look into it.
That's fine. That I do play Magic the Gathering. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Way back in the day, not anymore. Nowadays, I just enjoy the pretty cards, but I know that you also played Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day, and you actually have one of your channel point redeems is either Bloodborne or Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters trivia.
Yep, that's just because my brain is full of. I was very into. I still am. I'm really into the old school Yu-Gi-Oh! As much as I am into Bloodborne. So yeah.
So when those trivia redeems are done, do you have a list that you refer to, or is it just you have all these things and you sort of pick randomly? Have you found that there's a couple of fun facts that you cycle between because they are particularly fun, or how do you handle that?
It's kind of both. I actually have a sticky note, the app on my computer of Bloodborne facts as well. I do know all the fun trivia. I have a terrible memory. Regardless of what it's for, I forget everything. So I have to keep it there to remind myself about the facts. Now, the Yu-Gi-Oh! One is different, though, because I have a little bit of fun trivia that's actually fun if you don't really know much about Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself. Fun fact about this censorship from the anime, or the Season 0 manga. I can talk about that enough, but Bloodborne, there's so much that I don't want to recycle the same one every stream. I have to keep a list to look at and remind myself of what fun fact I can talk about during stream. And it also gets redeemed a lot now, so I have to really keep an eye on which one I talk about.
Make sure you aren't getting repeats.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit. Barry just put it in chat. The cool Bloodborne facts is because when Barry streamed Bloodborne. I played with him alongside because it's my favorite game, and I wanted to share it with my best friend Barry. So we would do a bit where I would just like explain a fact about each area we would go into. And it became a whole thing of like dropping a cool Bloodborne fact.
What is your favorite area in Bloodborne, and what is a cool fact about that area?
Oh, I think my favorite place in Bloodborne. I mean, I really like the DLC. I think the DLC is like really outstanding for Bloodborne, especially the research hall where you meet all the patients who are victims of experimentation with the church, and you fight Lady Maria, one of the coolest and prettiest bosses in the game. It's definitely my favorite place to be in Bloodborne, even though it's really hard to get through. Because I really hate when Souls games have like hyper aggressive enemies who just like hit you nonstop. Oh, it gets on my nerves. But otherwise it's really cool.
Do you have any favorite types of builds when it comes to Bloodborne or Souls games as a whole, or do you just sort of go with the flow and switch things up every time?
I wish I could, but I'm really picky about it because I find that, and this is just me, I like my games to be difficult, so I like to go for more of just like the hit things kind of build. I find magic to be a bit easier for the games. I really enjoy doing arcane in Bloodborne, but when it comes down to it, I enjoy having a big giant, hammer or a big sword and just smacking stuff. So I will always go, well, I guess I tend to go more dex-based when it comes to these Soulsborne games. I'm writing dex in Elden right now. I have a twin blade and a bow, and that's really fun. When I played Dark Souls 1, I did use a big sword, though, because that game's hard, and I need to hit things fast and often.
So it seems that my chat bot might be down. I was trying to do a shout-out for Barry and you just now, but it's not letting me, so give me just a moment to toggle that around and see. Oh, that might have done it. What? Okay, let's try.
Hey.
There we go. I don't know why it wasn't working before. There we go. Ah. Oh dear. I'll figure that out. Anyways, so that's for Bloodborne. I guess I don't normally play Souls games because the first interactions I had with them were not very good. I was not skilled at them at all, and I usually tend toward more platforming or RPG types or JRPG types myself. But I do enjoy watching people, especially people that are good at them. That seeing somebody play a Souls-like game well is like watching someone playing an instrument well, because it takes skill, it takes practice, and seeing someone get into the rhythm with a boss is something that's very satisfying as a viewer.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you have any favorite bosses of ones that either you thought the design was really cool or you really enjoyed the process of figuring out how to beat them?
I could probably start with Bloodborne. I want to know. I know all the bosses enough in that one. I really enjoyed the Vicar Amelia fight in Bloodborne. It's like one of the first few you do, but her moveset is really, really interesting, and I like going about it. It's fun to explain like how I tend to fight her. I also really enjoyed the Cleric Beast too. It's the first boss you fight in Bloodborne, but I've got it down to like a science of how to like fight it and beat it. Which is why I am doing a gun-only run of Bloodborne soon. I think it'll be really fun to explain like how you can get through the game by only using a gun weapon. Like, it'll be fun to explain the boss mechanics.
So when you say a gun run, obviously guns are not in Souls games, at least not to my knowledge of, what we think of as the modern gun. Is there?
Yeah, in Bloodborne there is.
Okay.
You get a pistol. Yeah, you get a pistol. It's usually you want to use it for like hitting things from far away, drawing aggro, or parrying. That's how you parry mostly in Bloodborne. So it's not supposed to be your main weapon, but you can do it. It is possible. And you can get like machine guns later on, and like or a Gatling gun rather. It'll be a challenge, but I enjoy making my games very difficult for me on stream.
My ignorance of the genre is showing.
That's okay.
So that's really neat, and seeing different stipulation runs are super fun regardless of the game, and I will stop burying the lead. It's actually right up there in chat right now with the shout out that your number one favorite game is Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask.
Yes.
Which fits that as far as all of the different Legend of Zelda games go, that it is the horror game. That there are several others, I would say, that get up there with horror tropes and feels, and actually my favorite Legend of Zelda game, which is the other one that's on your list, is Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, and I would say that that one gets up there in terms of horror aesthetics at the very least.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%. That's why I want to play it again so bad, because I've been craving that specific thing that Twilight Princess has, which is so good. The atmosphere and the theming is so unique for a Zelda game, I think, and I really want to play it. It's been years since I played that game, literally years.
Yeah, it's been a while for me too.
Yeah.
That what sets Twilight Princess apart from me, or maybe not what sets it apart, but what brings it over the top for me as my definitive favorite Legend of Zelda game is the final boss sequence. That it is probably just my favorite final boss sequence of any game, full stop. Of you first have possessed Zelda, which just to begin with is very disturbing, seeing the princess, in that state where she's being manipulated and she has that eerie look. Then you fight Beast Ganon in one of his biggest, most grotesque interpretations ever. You finally beat him, and you think, all right, I just beat Ganon. Midna makes the heroic sacrifice. Hyrule Castle explodes. Just, debris everywhere. Smoke clears. And what do you mean Ganondorf is rearing up on his horse, crushing Midna? That moment.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh, yeah. Well, it's like I said, that game is one of a kind as far as Zelda games go. It's so good. I feel like it's a bit underrated too compared to other Zelda games, but maybe it's just because it's a bit older now.
I hate thinking that it's older. That makes me feel
I do
old.
too. But I literally just went to my parents' house 2 weekends ago to help dig out the Wii U because my niece or nephew wanted to play a game on there, and I was like, man, this thing is clunky and old. The Wii U was very clunky. There's so much stuff to it. I didn't realize what that console even was. It was just buried in my old shelves forever.
Yeah, the Wii U is definitely an ill-fated console for
really
many reasons, but in some ways it walked so the Switch could run.
Exactly, it really did.
Yeah, and then for Twilight Princess, that you have the horseback fight, and then that final one-on-one duel to the death with Ganondorf, which is just so cool, and having the final blow be the callback to the first move in the game that you learned, and very, very satisfying. Really enjoyed that. I do need to replay that one. I've played every mainline Zelda game, starting with Wind Waker, plus Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass. But my first console was for my 10th birthday, which was a GameCube. I played N64 at a bunch of friends' houses, but I never owned one myself. And for that reason, I didn't grow up playing Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. And I admittedly still have not gotten to them to this day, despite considering myself a pretty big Zelda fan nowadays. That just, for whatever reason, I haven't gotten to. And I know I don't have an excuse because they re-released those games many times. But I do need to get to them. And I know that I have a lot to look forward to when I do. But for you, Majora's Mask is the one.
Oh, yeah. I have to admit, while I also call myself a big Zelda fan, I have only played the main console games. I played the first one, Zelda, the very first Zelda game.
I tried the first Zelda game. I never beat that one.
I have not beat it either, but I have played it enough because I didn't have a N64 growing up either. I had a GameCube with the Zelda Collection CD, which has 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and the Wind Waker demo on it. that was my Zelda experience growing up. I played Wind Waker actually, all the way through, Twilight Princess, and Breath of the Wild. I've never played the DS ones or whatever. I have not played the Spirit Tracks. I've not played any of the other ones Link to the Past.
I haven't played Four Swords Adventures. I've played Link to the Past. And I've played bits and pieces of Awakening because I remember I rented it from Blockbuster and was able to get through the first 2 dungeons or something before we had to return it when I was young. Plus, I was even less skilled of a gamer than I am now at that age, and I probably wouldn't have been able to beat it anyways. I have beaten the final boss on a friend's copy because they were, at the end game, so I've had the experience of at least facing that final boss, even if it's not the complete experience of the game.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's valid to still say you played a game or got the experience from not even beating it. 'Cause I actually, despite Okami being on my list very high, I just beat that for the first time a couple months ago. I own that game. I own 5 copies of Okami through my whole life. I have the Wii version, the PlayStation version, PS4, PC, and Switch. I just beat it for the first time last year.
So how do you end up with 5 copies and not beating it until then? Was it that you got it and you started it and never finished it?
Yes.
Or
I pick up and put down games a lot, which is also why streaming is really good for me because I can kind of force myself to finish games so that people are watching. But yeah, I'll just pick it up and put it down and not get back to it. That's just my awful gamer trait, I guess. So I would always play it and get pretty far, and then put it down and forget, start over, and repeat the process over and over again until eventually I finally beat it on stream, and it was great. I'm kind of glad I waited because doing it on stream with other people, experiencing it together, was a really, really, really good experience. I was crying really, really hard, I was sobbing on stream, but it was fun to do with other folks.
That is also one that I haven't played, so I can't relate to that, but I know a couple people who absolutely swear by that game, and it's on that perpetually growing list that I feel like every gamer has the list of games they know they need to play. And for every game that you check off of that list, 3 more get added. And goodness knows at this point my list is very long, so it's sort of, all right, which ones am I going to try and get to?
Right, yeah.
But for me, actually getting around to Majora's Mask is very high up there because I know it is so beloved by so many people and that it's already a series that I do enjoy. But what about it for you sets it apart so much?
I mean, I think a lot of it is that I played it a lot when I was younger, so it does have that childhood grip on me, but it's one where it still holds up to this day, which is not what you see often when you go back to playing your childhood favorite game. I've replayed a couple. I'm like, man, this game is not as good as I remember. But Majora's Mask, I think, just like Bloodborne, its theming and the atmosphere of it is what keeps me going back to it. I like the darker theme. I like the side quests are really unique and good. The side quest in the game where you have to help this couple reunite, and it's really, really sad. It takes all 3 days to do it. It's very stressful. It's really, really good. And again, the music is my favorite too. I just love everything about that game. All of it, Yeah,
and the Legend of Zelda music, just throughout the franchise, is prolific for a reason. It's so good.
Oh, yeah.
There's the more classic themes of, just the main theme you have, the Hyrule theme, the Clocktown theme, and what makes Majora's Mask very interesting is the fact that it's one of the few direct sequel games, and the fact there are so many locales and songs that are directly reused from Ocarina of Time, but then there are other ones that are sort of twisted and made more haunting, along with all of the new tracks that you have in that game that are unique to it. I actually referred you to a fan rearrangement album called Time's End. I'm not sure if you had a chance to listen to it.
Not quite yet, but I really, really want to.
I definitely recommend really cool. That for anybody watching in chat, that if you just look up Theophany, it's a bit difficult to spell, so Theophany, or just Majora's Mask Timed End album on YouTube, you'll find it. it's really good. It's, I think, 10 tracks for the whole thing, and they have some of the most haunting arrangements I have ever heard. It's really, really good. And even as someone who has not played the game, I've thoroughly enjoyed that album. So if you're really into the game, you'll enjoy it even more than I have.
Oh yeah, I bet. I'm excited to give it a listen.
Yeah, Aqua Kai in the chat knows it, so they can vouch.
Good.
You're actually, as it said when I did the shout out, you've been playing Majora's Mask again recently, but what is not quite clear from that shout out is that you've been doing a randomizer, and that most of what you do when you play Majora's Mask on stream is randomizers, because it's something that you go back to with some frequency.
Oh yeah. I just like randomizers in general. I don't know like how I can't remember how I got like started on them, but it's been how I've been playing through Pokemon, and because I never played Pokemon when I was growing up. I missed out on the whole Pokemon thing when I was younger, so I thought I would play them on stream. But like I also find it hard to get into Pokemon games like when they're just normal. So I thought it'd be fun to randomize them, and it's really fun because I know nothing about the Pokemon, the mechanics of it. So everyone's like freaking out in chat. I'm like, what? I don't get it. I have like a legendary in my party.
Yeah, you don't like, realize that
off
you
the bat,
just ran into something super powerful, or that the random trainer that you've encountered just threw out something that is actually a menace, and that you need to watch out. Do you play ever with Nuzlocke rules, or is it just randomizer?
I actually did a Nuzlocke when I did a charity stream for the Wrecking Crew, and I hated it.
Yeah,
because like I tried to do a randomized Nuzlocke, and it was like, this is so not fun for me, so I couldn't stand it.
I can see where a normal run with a randomizer would be fun for someone who doesn't know the game, because that can still just be crazy and zany and fun, and that you learn through failure because you might not be familiar with stuff, and that you might not realize, okay, I have a type disadvantage because you're not familiar with what was thrown out. I definitely think that Nuzlocks are probably more for the seasoned Pokemon fan, so I am not surprised to hear that you did not have a good time with that particular combination. But speaking of the Wrecking Crew charity, or the charity month that you all had really last year, that was one that I remembered because you all raised $42,000 for the Trevor Project, which is mind-boggling. Just incredible. This was obviously, it was throughout the entire team, and I forget exactly how many people are on the Wrecking Crew. For those of you who might not be familiar with the Wrecking Crew, it is a stream team headed up by Poppy, who is a previous guest of the show. The community manager is Barry the Bugbear, a previous guest of the show, and now we have Jackie.
Yeah.
And the other members that I've had on are Bite and Giga, and I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. I'll feel really bad, but definitely do love the Wrecking Crew here on Vtuber Talk.
Yeah, I love the crew. It's been really helpful for me, and just it's a great community to be a part of. I mean, I am in. It's like some bit biased, but I love the Wrecking Crew. The Wrecking Crew is awesome. It's awesome. We're doing good things there. I think really good stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, and for that one, it was just over the course of a month that all the members were doing their own charity streams, but it all went into the singular campaign. And that, like I said, at the end, you had $42,000 raised for the Trevor Project, which was just awesome.
Yeah, it was we did good, and I'm really proud of the team for pulling through on that charity.
Yeah. Do you all have any more things that you're able to talk about in the pipeline? Because I know that you are eventually going to do more charity marathons. I'm not sure if there's anything that's been announced.
Nothing we can talk about right now. But,
Okay, well, you'll just have to stay tuned, folks.
Just gotta stay tuned.
Make sure to follow Miss Jackie on Twitter and Twitch. Same with Barry and Poppy and the rest. That way you can find out when they're doing their amazing charity streams. But for that one that you said you were doing the Nuzlocke and randomizer, I can see that would be a bit chaotic. But for the Majora's Mask randomizers, those can still be chaotic and difficult in their own way because,
Oh yeah.
as I found out when I started watching those streams of yours, it's possible to have literally impossible runs, depending on
Yes.
the items that you do and don't find, and if any of the items that you find get lost, you might just have to reset because
Yep.
you need certain things to progress through the game.
Yep. It's just a complete gamble. Like last night, I had the mirror shield, which is a really good item to have, but it's essential to get through one of the temples entirely. It's very, very essential. And I picked it up from a chest or a box, and the next box had the main shield you have in the game, and it just replaced the mirror shield. I was like, oh my god, this is a ruined run. Thankfully, I can just go back and like respawn the box over and over again. But if it had been lost forever, I would have had to reset the run.
Okay,
And
that's good.
yeah, you need
But it's
certain
interesting
masks to
that
get
you-
in certain places. Like,
It's interesting that you find those types of coding interactions in a randomizer run when items are obtained in a illogical or unintended order, because when you're programming a game, just as a developer, it makes sense to say, all right, whenever player gets new shield, get rid of old shield. That
Yep.
In those earlier games, there was no shield switching because there was no need to, that the shields didn't break, and anytime you got one, it was always an upgrade. So
Yep.
naturally, especially in games that are older like that and might have limited memory or just simpler code, you don't need to bother. All right, new shield in, old shield out, simple, code done. They certainly never expected anyone to create something like a randomizer, especially not back in, I think that game was 99, 2001-ish?
2000 actually was Majora's Mask. Yeah.
Okay, so I had either end.
Yeah, you had your one. Yeah.
So they weren't expecting that, so of course they run into those types of pitfalls.
Mhm.
How many randomizer runs, or sorry, rephrase, how many successful randomizer runs of the game have you done?
Not a single. I've not beaten the game yet. With a
Oh, you haven't?
randomizer.
Okay, so it's an
That's the
ongoing
current goal.
struggle. Okay.
Yeah, one of my subathon unlocks, pretty high one, was to play the game until I beat it, and I went 8 hours last night, and it's a pretty promising run. So I'm gonna keep doing it next week on
Okay,
Monday
cool.
again.
How many
Yeah.
iterations did you go through last night?
Only 2. Yeah, 2. The
Okay.
first one was completely botched. I got nothing. Not even a single thing. Like, 'cause I know the game so well that I know where to go to look for item spawns. Like, I can go here and get a chest, I can go here and get a prize, or I can go here and get a bunch of tokens. But I had nothing, so I had to restart. And the current run I have all the masks you need, like all the shifting masks, and I got the bow and arrow, I have every item except one. So it's very possible you could beat the game.
Okay, cool.
So
Is it-
and this might be the win.
Hopefully. And I was thinking, especially in a game that's already doing time travel and recursion, that
Yeah.
to layer on top, all right, how many loops of this looping game do we need to do to beat it
Yeah.
is a little bit meta, to be frank.
It is just like resetting everything in the game itself is, it's a good time.
Mhm. Do you have any favorite either mask or just like, if you can point to one element, not necessarily say, this is the thing that makes it my favorite, but is there any just favorite thing that every time you see it in the game or every time you beat that boss or get to that character that it makes you smile?
Yeah, the Woodfall Temple, the first temple you were supposed to go to in the regular game, has a really cool boss. His name's like Udwala or something. It's a really odd name. But it's like this big giant dude, and the sound design is what gets me. It's so cool. It's really, really unique in the boss fight, and I love the colors and everything about it. It's so good. Majora's Mask has some really good bosses. Like, between Majora itself and the temple bosses, it's just all good all around.
And even though I haven't played Majora's Mask, I've seen the final boss sequence for Majora, and that one,
Yeah.
if memory serves, it's another 4-phase boss similar to Twilight Princess.
Yeah, it's a couple of different phases you go through to fight Majora. And that area too is just really unique. Like when you go to the moon in Majora's Mask, you like go to this open field with like a tree and like all these kids. It's so bizarre. I love it. It's so out there and weird for a Zelda game.
There's a reason that, well, first off, the last day, 24 hours remain, has become a meme, but also just the moon.
Yeah.
Majora's Mask moon. Stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, absolute. The nightmares of all kids who play that game. It's still pretty creepy. Now, I got scared by it last night because I turned around. It was like right down near the ground. And I was like, I wasn't ready for that.
The blood moon in Breath of the Wild causes a little bit of stress, but it's not the same as when the moon is actually looking down at you at a face about to collide with the entire planet.
Yeah, 100%.
Breath of the Wild, though, I would say it's my second favorite Zelda game after Twilight Princess. And honestly, if push came to shove, I would say that Breath of the Wild is a better overall game.
Yeah.
Definitely don't like that final boss sequence as much. The last phase was a bit too easy, and I wish there was, maybe one more part of it. But
see, I've actually not beaten Breath of the Wild yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm really bad at finishing games, but especially open world games. Those are what get me the most. If it's open world with a bunch of side quests, I'm never gonna beat it.
Okay.
I love Breath of the Wild,
though. More of that I will say it's very good. Don't get me wrong. That when I say it is less satisfying than Twilight Princess, that's not a huge inherent knock on it. It is still, it's still a Legend of Zelda final boss sequence. It's still very good. It just comes in a couple ranks after Twilight Princess for me, but definitely recommend if you're able to find the time and attention span to do it. Absolutely a game worth beating, and especially just to get to Hyrule Castle and that final dungeon, really the only dungeon in the game that you have the shrines, which are mini dungeons.
Yeah,
but
little mini ones.
When you get to Hyrule Castle, it is a proper dungeon, and for being the only one in the game, they put the love and care into that one dungeon. So definitely
it's
something
like,
I hope to get to.
Oh yeah, it's definitely like a comfort game that I go back to continuously. It's so good, but I want to beat it soon because I know the sequel's coming out in a bit, and like they mentioned that it's going to be Majora's Mask like, and I'm like, oh god, don't tell me that. I'm so excited. So I do want to beat it soon. Yeah, if it's a game that's open world with a bunch of side quests, it's gonna take me like 5 billion years approximately to beat it. But I will force myself to keep going through it for the sequel. For sure.
Welcome in, Poppy. Yes, we do love Jackie.
That
actually, Poppy was how I first heard of you. That I suppose, unsurprisingly, that as leader of the Wrecking Crew, he was the first person of the team that I interacted with and had on the show. And you're one of the people that, every time you pop in chat, it's like, Jackie! And so it was like, all right, well, he's hyping her up, so better check her out. And you and Poppy, in terms of just, I use the word temperament here, and I don't mean temper, but just the fact that he is very, very high energy, and that you are much more soft-spoken, that you are two ends of that spectrum there. And to see you two working so well together and getting along so well is super cool, because if you are looking for something quiet and calm and relaxing, you should not go to Poppy's stream. You're going to have a bad time. But if you're looking for something that is, super hype and energetic and loud, that your stream might not be what people are looking for, but the fact that you sort of complement each other very well, and that's part of also just the appeal of the Wrecking Crew, that it isn't a singular type of streamer team, that it really runs the gambit, and that there's non-VTubers as well, that it isn't a VTuber team, it is just a stream team of content creators on Twitch, and that you really have that variety.
Yeah, that's why I also like a lot is its mixture of IRL streamers and also VTubers. I'm glad it's not like just a VTuber group. I like that we have so much variety of like calm streamers and hype streamers and people in the middle ground too. Like, it's a good mix of folks. I love everybody in the crew. Everyone is so talented in their own ways.
Yeah, definitely worth checking out. One of the ones sort of wrapping back to earlier, that you mentioned actually in your intro that is a game, but is certainly not the average type of game that you enjoy a lot, and that I also just enjoy as a viewer is GeoGuessr.
Yeah.
How do you end up getting into GeoGuessr? Because some people use it as sort of a one-off for the occasional stream, but it's one that I would say you do probably once at least every 2 weeks.
Yep. I actually try to do it every Thursday night is GeoGuessr night. I try to, give or take other situations and events that happen.
Do you have a strategy? Have you sort of figured out a methodology for GeoGuessr? Because it's something that I've only done a couple times myself. I enjoy watching streamers, but some people just sort of improv their way through it. But when you play it as often as you do you start developing different strategies or things like that?
Yeah, I do. I actually was afraid to start streaming it. I found it through one of my friends who streamed, Bizarro Longi is a really good streamer, very talented. He did it a lot for a while, and then I saw like another random YouTubers stream edit of them playing. I was like, oh, this is fun. I should play this on stream. I was afraid to, because not to talk down, but I'm not very smart when it comes to where things are in the world. I don't know anything about geography, whatever it is. So I was like, I'm gonna be so embarrassing on stream to flop around and know nothing. But they in my chat is really smart sometimes and knows things. However, when it comes to me trying to figure things out, my strategy for countries is to find a website link. Because a website link will always have a domain name with the country's name, but it's shortened.
Yeah, just the country code.
And that's why it's easier to do that versus states. States is hard because states look a lot alike. Every goddamn cornfield could be anywhere in the Midwest, and there's no telling where we are. You can't Google stuff. It's one of my rules because that's just just defeats the guessing part if you just Google things. I just gotta find
strategies that I don't let myself Google wholesale, but one thing I allow myself to do if I'm doing a US specific one is that I let myself have a visual list of state license plates. And if I am able to determine the design of a state license plate, I will allow myself to use that as the only hint, because cars don't necessarily always travel in the state that they are in. They usually do, and sometimes I can give you an idea, but also so many are very similar that you can't always use them. But there's a couple really iconic ones that New York's are
New York,
blue on top and yellow on the bottom. Maryland, if depending on the iteration, you can find the flag on there that it's a bit more iconic. But there's also a couple states that just have very plain license plates and aren't going to do much good for you. But at the same time, then you can say, all right, this probably isn't upstate New York.
Yeah. It's really for states, I try to do billboards. If I can see the license plate, I'll try and figure it out. But otherwise, I just gotta rely on, is it flat land? Are there mountains? Is the dry grass? What are we looking at? I know certain states by look. I can tell you Alaska and Florida, they are so distinct in their what's around them. Otherwise, I'm just guessing. But I like doing states because my audience is, mostly US. And it's fun having people in chat get excited about seeing their state on stream. It's very wholesome, and I love it. What else I like about it too is there's people in my chat who just either know tree knowledge or they know how to look for certain places, mean it's a certain state. I had a guy who did the call center work, so he knows zip codes. It's fun. I see it more like a community thing, more than just me playing it on stream and other folks watching.
Yeah, that it's sort of, instead of Googling, that you have that crowdsourcing element of chat, of people being able to do that input and having that insider knowledge or that delight moment of, oh, I know where this is because I'm from there, or I visited there.
Yeah, so I like to play it every week because it's a community event more than just me watching me guess places wrong for 4 hours. It's me looking at chat and discussing places to travel, or where we're going, or where we might be, or what's that house look like, or where's a dog over there? Oh my gosh, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. it's always satisfying just going through that sleuthing process and
Yeah.
hopefully getting something that's close by where you think it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I try to make Thursdays my weekly GeoGuessr night, and people like it a lot. So that's why I've kept it going. I enjoy it too. I think it's fun. It's more of like a just chatting almost kind of stream.
Yeah. So for anyone who's watching live, it is Tuesday night. So 2 nights from now, do be sure to tune into Miss Jack's channel and do some GeoGuessr.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that you very much enjoy and that I suppose would be unsurprising to somebody who isn't familiar with you just from one seeing your design, but it becomes very apparent if they tune into your streams is that you are a Garfield fan. You are a very big Garfield fan that I had the reference of, oh, Garfield, we have a visitor when we started the show. That's because one of the redeems is Garfield opening door, and that line from the not 2006 to like 2019 CG version of Garfield, but the cartoon one from late
Garfield
90s, early 2000s. Yeah, Garfield and Friends. That you have a couple different clips from that one. You actually have a cursed Garfield model. I will let you choose if you want to show that off here, or if you want to keep that as a special surprise for people who tune into your channel. But there is a Garfield model, and it is as absurd as you would expect. It is glorious in its own way.
That's why it costs 42,000 points to redeem.
Yes, but it is a very special thing when it does get redeemed, so definitely want to check that out.
Yeah.
When it comes to Garfield, that obviously the source material is the comics, and for me growing up, I read a lot of Peanuts, but the second one for me was Garfield, and I had several books that just, before going to sleep, that I would read a whole bunch of them, and obviously it is still to this day, at least I would say in the US, a very iconic character and an iconic series. For you, do you recall how you got into Garfield?
So the whole Garfield thing is kind of wild. I mean, I did read a lot of the comics when I was younger, like at my, grandma's house or my parents' house, whatever. Like, it was always there. One of my childhood best friends had like a Garfield comic book. I just think he's really cute, like the actual character. I just think that Garfield's a cute little funny cat. And the whole like Garfield bit on my streams came from a one-off joke stream from last year, and like now it's just become like a thing where it's like, oh, now this is actually serious now. Like, I just like Garfield a lot, and like the streams are Garfield themed because last year for my celebrate 420 followers, I played Garfield card on stream, but I had a twist to it where I made a Garfield model and told nobody about it. So this cafe scene behind me, I put lasagna in the food display case.
Of course.
And changed all the words on the menu to lasagna, and I just like showed off the Garfield model, and people like freaked out about it because nobody knew. No one knew. I told no one about it. And the stream was, I played Garfield card, but whenever I lost, I had to put a picture of Garfield on the screen. And it got to a point where my screen was just covered.
It's just covered.
Just covered.
Oh my goodness.
And that kind of became like, that's like where I first found like a lot of like that. The clip of it obviously popped off really well on Twitter, and that's how I got my name out there as a streamer, was doing the funny Garfield bit.
Okay, I didn't know that history behind it, that I knew you enjoyed, and I knew that there were different redeems and that it was a recurring gag. I didn't know that it was an accidental sub-theme as opposed to a deliberate one.
Because after I like was done playing Garfield card, I took my chat to a new scene in my stream where it's just the Doki Doki Literature Club Just Monica scene, but I had the Garfield head on over Monica's body. And I had the really creepy music playing in the background, and it was like just really Garfield. Just exactly. It was this weird moment of just being like, I'm the only VTuber left. They're all Garftubers now. Like, it was this whole bit of me being the only VTuber alive because I took them all away. It became the singular Gtuber, I called it.
Of course.
Yeah, so obviously that was a big hit on the internet. People like that. So I kept doing it, and now I have 3 models. I have my 2D one that I don't use anymore because it's old, and then I commissioned the 3D Garf model from its Voxid, which I use a lot because I think it's a really cute model. And of course, the creepy one is a newer edition. I did that for Halloween. Again, told no one about it. I just said, we're doing a fun thing for Halloween, and I made a creepy Garfield model. And that's even more lore for the stream. Because I had John in a jar for a couple of streams. And that was the inside joke for a bit. It was like free John. So for Halloween, I was a Garfield monster, and chat had to play a game in the chat with commands on trying to free John, like a video game almost. It was like a chat-based, command-based event I did with 3 endings.
How did that work?
I can't remember now because it was so long ago, but chat had to find the hidden commands in my stream, and they would do certain things about like freeing John. So if they like would pet me, Garfield, like they would get the good ending. I would like be nice and free John. And there was a bad ending too, and eventually they did actually end up freeing him, so that was nice. And now Chris Pratt's in the jar because he's going to be the next VA for Garfield. So
that's right, yes, because Chris Pratt is voicing everybody,
Mm-hmm.
apparently.
Yeah, so he's there now for his crimes. I had him on stream once as a PNG, and I used the website UberDuck to make a Chris Pratt TTS voice, and like had a collab stream with Chris Pratt for a bit.
I missed that one. Please tell me there's a video of this somewhere.
There's a couple of clips. It's very silly. Like I've made this bit go on for my entire streaming career. Yeah, I'm very committed to the Garfield bit now.
Yes, I was looking up something for one of the other bits, and I'm not sure if this is something you know. So I'm curious if I have either discovered a new link for you, or if you were already this deep into the Garfield knowledge rabbit hole. Mm-hmm. One of my other favorite redeems of yours is the cursed H.H. Greg commercial.
Yeah.
And I think the original video is called Doin', and it's a H.H. Greg Christmas in July commercial mashed up with I forget the name of the song.
Doing It Right by Daft Punk.
Yeah, it's a Daft Punk song. Yeah. And it gets played probably more than any other single just sound redeem on your
Every
channel.
day I wake up and I hear that song. Every day I hit go live and it's all I hear for the next 10 minutes of my stream.
Some people have different songs that get played a lot. Some people have their one sound redeem. For you, if it were to be just one, it's probably that H.H. Greg one. And what I found out when I was looking up the origin of it earlier today, do you know who the voice actor is that played the H.H. Greg catalog in those commercials?
I don't know. Who is it?
Okay, I'm so excited because you're gonna love this. It's amazing. The voice actor, so the H.H. Greg mascot in all these commercials is just a rolled up catalog. H.H. Greg is a now defunct, actually, U.S. electronics wholesaler that, similar to Office Depot or Staples or something like that, not quite Best Buy, well, sort of like Best Buy, I suppose.
Yeah.
But they went out of business in, I think it was 2017. But up until the end, their mascot was just this rolled up catalog, because that's how, way, way, way back in the day, they got their orders.
Yeah.
The voice actor for their catalog mascot is Wally Wingert. Wally Wingert is the voice of John Arbuckle in the 2006 to 2019 Garfield CG cartoon. I am not joking.
Yes! Oh, it all connects. Oh my god.
It all connects.
That's amazing.
It was there, and because I was watching it was some kind of, just a Know Your Meme video, because I was a bit curious about it. And when that came up, I just paused the video and I was like, does Miss Jackie know about this? I feel like she'd know about this, but if she doesn't, this is going to blow her mind.
That's amazing. Oh my god, it all circles back to Garfield. Everything. All connected.
So
that's so
For those of you in chat, now you know every time that you're redeeming that HH Greg just crazy song sound redeem, you're actually doing a Garfield redeem.
You are. It's all the same. Wow, that's so awesome. What horrible insight I've learned today. Oh,
this is the forbidden knowledge.
This is the forbidden knowledge. For work, I don't know why that bit redeem has popped off. I want to be honest. I like to make while my stream is very calm and whatever, my redeems are not. That's the whole thing. Is like I like making memes for bits, and I never really expected people to like send me bits when I first started off as a streamer. I was like, no one's gonna want to pay me money. Well, I was wrong, obviously, which I'm very grateful for. I have a very supportive community, as we can see by the subathon itself. But they like that one a lot. That's their favorite one, is the HH Greg redeem.
I've seen it on other channels. Like I said, every streamer has a different one.
Yep.
But for people that have sound redeems on their channel, inevitably their community will hone in on one that others will still get used. Yeah. But at some point, something becomes the running joke. Something just becomes that earworm, and goodness knows that HH Greg song is an earworm that it's not something I'd want to listen to for hours and hours on end, but I will say that it makes me smile, and I bounce a bit to it for the first 5 or so redeems of the night.
Yeah, it's that one, and people like to redeem my Breaking Bad remix one too, which is great. I'm a giant Breaking Bad fan, so I like to hear that a lot.
Now, is that the one with that you will be judged and God will not be so merciful, or is that something else?
No, that's Cool Bug Facts. That one hurts my ears.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
That's just like, again, I just like, my bits are just like, I found a meme I like, I want to share this meme. Hee-hoo. And I just put it in.
That's how to do it. You're the streamer. You're in charge. Make it stuff you like.
Yeah, I want them to be funny and catchy, and I think I've nailed it with all my redeems. So that's
absolutely. Now, which one is it? Remind me, please, for Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad is the 420-bit redeem is probably my longest one. It's the Breaking Bad Season 3 remix song, where it's just like someone made a song out of all the sounds from Breaking Bad Season 3 and 4, and it's really, really catchy. It's where like you can hear a song of my daddy and my mommy, and it's just it's hard to explain.
I've tuned into enough of your streams. I feel like I should.
You probably heard it.
I've heard it, and I just haven't connected it mentally. Oh, that's Breaking Bad, because I've watched the first couple of seasons and I watched the last episode, but it wasn't one that I was super deeply invested in. Big fan of Giancarlo Esposito and his portrayal of Gus. I definitely like what Bryan Cranston did just throughout, but it wasn't one that I super kept up with. But for you, what was it about Breaking Bad that really held your attention?
I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. I guess I am really just drawn to more darker themes in my media that I like to, partake in. For me, it's just especially watching like the slow decline of our protagonist in a movie or a show. I love it. So seeing, Walter White go from this like goofy, awkward teacher to like a still awkward, but like, drug lord.
Cutthroat drug lord, yeah.
But it's also a show where I find this a lot where I like the side characters more than the main character. I can't stand most of the main cast of Breaking Bad, but Jesse and Gus and Mike, I like those guys,
I liked Gus was my favorite character. I liked Mike. I didn't like Jesse, but at the same time, I feel like we're not supposed to entirely like Jesse. I feel like
it goes through different, things with Jesse. He goes through like, a point where he's like annoying, and then it's like, oh, he's going through a lot of sad stuff, and it does change a lot, which I like also about the show is every character has development in a way, good or bad, or both.
Yeah, and I can certainly appreciate writing hateable characters that sometimes there are characters that are just annoying and people don't like them and they don't realize that's how it's supposed to be, and the fact that you are so incensed by them means the writers succeeded.
Exactly, yeah. But I also just, like I said, I enjoyed more darker themes, and Breaking Bad does push that a lot with a lot of more violent turns or showing the really harsh side of drug abuse and stuff. It's
Yeah.
It hits all the notes for me of what I like in a TV show, I guess.
Especially for American media at the time, that I would say over the past 5-10 years that it has become much more common for mature, darker themes and deeper plot lines, frankly, to get a lot of traction.
Yep.
Part of that, I think, is because of the shift from broadcast to streaming. This is something that I've talked about, that one thing I definitely believe is that it was very difficult for shows of that nature to do well on broadcast schedules.
Yeah.
Because if you just tuned in randomly and you hadn't seen everything up until that point, you would be lost. And networks want something that anyone can tune in at any point in time and not want to change the channel.
Yeah.
Which is why sitcoms and things that have maybe a vague overarching plot for the season, but largely episodic structures, were the bread and butter of broadcast. But now that you're in a streaming age where you can pick up, drop things, and that there's just no constraints of the number of hours in a broadcast day multiplied by the number of channels as the actual hard ceiling of what can be shown on TV, that so many more stories can get out there.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah, I'm also, I like the streaming stuff. I like to binge through my shows.
Yeah. And like you've said, that Breaking Bad is not a horror show, but it's definitely one that has those darker, more intense themes, and that fits with a lot of the other things you like as well. One show that is, I've heard some people compare to Breaking Bad, and I don't think it's a great comparison, but in terms of good characters going through that slow but steady moral degradation, that Death Note, I think, at least in that particular aspect, is a good comparison. Not for necessarily the broader plot. There are certain aspects, but at least the characters of Walter White and Light Yagami, and going from upstanding citizen to doing bad things with good intentions to doing bad things with bad intentions, and that type of progression is something that is really big. And for me, Death Note was, without wanting to sound like a hipster, but possibly sounding like a hipster, I had read the manga before the anime came out, and when the anime came out, I loved it, and I was happy that more people found out about it. But it was one of the first non-battle shonen manga that I read.
Yeah, that's also my favorite anime of all time, and also one of my other obsessions of many. I hold that show and whatever very close to my heart. I have all the stuff about Death Note at my house. I have everything. I have a Light figurine. I've got the Death Note, the 13th book, the encyclopedia, all the manga, the Black Edition, and the DVD sets, and the novel. Like, I have everything. I love Death Note so much.
Yeah, if memory serves, you actually watched or rewatched a fair bit of it over the past couple days because you didn't have internet, so you were able to go back and rewatch a number of things. And I think you mentioned that Death Note was one of the things that, even if you didn't see end to end, that you revisited in some capacity.
Oh yeah, because I was just no internet, and I was like, what can I do besides play video games? I was taking a break from like playing Elden Ring and whatever, so I found like every DVD that I had, which is not a lot. I have like 5 DVDs at my house. I watched like 4 movies or 3 movies. Yeah, 3, and then I watched Death Note a little bit. So that's how I kept myself occupied throughout the 2.5 days of no internet, was video games and watching DVDs and nothing else.
And I've gone back and rewatched that anime. It's not necessarily one that I don't rewatch a bunch of stuff in general. If I rewatch something once, it means I really, really like it. And I have rewatched Death Note probably like in its entirety at least 5 times, and then scattered episodes in between. And that's an outlier for me. That, like I said, rewatching once means I truly like a show. So I know that for some people 5 times is nothing, but I really like Death Note. And I love the manga. I think the anime, for 99% of it, is better because I think it's done so well in motion and with music and in color that the music in that series
Oh,
chef's kiss
100%.
so
Oh, yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Some really iconic themes, and that they do a great job just with the mood setting. And I think that not just the original Japanese, but I hold up the dub performance as one of the best. Just, especially for its time, it was flat out probably the best thing since Bebop.
It definitely needed, yeah, it's a good dub.
Nowadays, it's gone down a couple pegs because voice acting and dubbing in the West has just improved so much. But
Yeah.
I think it still holds up. There is the one line of potato chips, and yes, that one is awkward as heck, and it's a meme. But by and large, it's really strong performances.
Yeah, I did actually meet the VA of Light. I had him sign my Death Note, actually, which is kind of funny. 'Cause I was an L cosplay, and he was very fun about it. He was like, "I'm not signing this," because I was dressed as L.
Very
But
nice.
he was very good. But yeah, I used to be very much like, "Oh, dubs are awful" kind of person, man. But I grew up around the time, like you said, where dubs were
Where
not.
they were not very good on
very
average.
good. So I was just kind of raised on like dubs are always usually bad.
Yeah, that's one thing I try and push. That I nowadays think that at the very least 75% of dubs are watchable, like just good
Yeah.
watchable. That if you enjoy the Japanese performances, that's fine. I usually like to go for the dub when possible because it means that I'm not having to split my attention of looking at the show and reading subtitles. That just, I've certainly watched enough anime where I'm at the point that it is not the mental split that it used to be. But
Right.
if I can still just, take even that 5%, 10% of my brain and not have it be dedicated to reading the subtitles as it goes and just really get 110% immersed in a show, I will take that option.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Especially nowadays, I can't commit to sitting down and reading subtitles. I have to have a dub or else I will not watch the anime. But I actually have not watched an anime in a very long time. I think the last one I watched was when I finally watched Full Metal Alchemist for the first time, like a couple of years ago. Now, again,
Okay, and
years
that's one of
ago.
my other favorites. So, is this Brotherhood or the original?
I
FMA?
watched Brotherhood, and I really enjoyed it. I just never got a chance to watch FMA when I was younger. I just
That's fine.
was
I will agree with
watching
the
for
vast
anime.
majority of people and say that Brotherhood is the superior of the two, and that there's some good original stuff in the initial release, but it's not required reading. That Brotherhood is the one, and I'm glad you enjoy that. And that's another one that the dub is just immaculate.
Yeah, I watched the dub of it because I could watch it but also work at the same time on stuff. So it was I really liked the experience of watching it. I also I knew some of the core parts of FMA, like the memeable parts of the dog, but I didn't know certain characters' deaths, and I was really heartbroken about some of them, and people got a big kick out of that because I was like, I didn't know he was gonna die, and I was just crying a lot, but. It was really, it was worth it met the hype, is what I'm trying to say. That anime really met with the hype that people were giving it to me. I loved it.
Yeah. For Death Note, I said I think 99% of it is better in the anime. The 1% that I don't like is literally the last 5 minutes because they made some slight tweaks to, spoiler alert, I think we're past the statute of limitations. Death Note's been out for a long time now.
Perhaps,
The method in which L dies was switched from the manga, and I like the manga ending better, where Ryuk comes down, writes Light's name in front of him, shows him the written name, that Light has his final 40 seconds, versus in the anime where he is able to escape from the warehouse, has the running scene, Ryuk writes his name from atop a water tower, and Light dies sort of quietly and pathetically on a set of stairs. And through conversations actually with other guests about this, I have come to appreciate it more. That I now think that there's some interesting redeeming qualities, but that is still, for me, I like the original a bit better, and I was always a bit surprised that for being 100% faithful throughout the rest of that series, to change that of all things has always sort of puzzled me. I doubt we will ever get a full explanation, but
Probably
it is
not,
an interesting one.
Yeah, I agree. 'Cause I watched the anime first because it was one of those things where I was just at my friend's house watching
Mm.
Toonami. I was like, oh, this one looks cool. I like this anime, and then I got really hooked on it. And then I bought the manga, um, and I was shocked of how faithful it was. Like almost some
Yeah.
panels, like exactly to a T, it looked just like it. But I agree with you. The anime with the music and the direction of it really adds the finishing touches of Death Note and why it's so good. But I was confused about the switch at the end. It was very, very odd, but I do like the anime more, I think, than the manga. Though the manga helped me a lot when I was a budding artist. I used that a lot to like reference how to draw people. Was Death Note when I was like 13 years old.
Yeah, the art in that series is very good.
Yeah.
The team of Oba and Obata,
Yeah.
I forget which is the artist and which was
Obata is the artist, I believe.
Obata is the artist.
So.
That they did another series recently called Platinum End, and I've seen like the first arc of it. I know it's either finishing or just finished, and I need to see the second half. It's not as good as Death Note. Very few things are ever going to be. There's a reason that it remains so highly regarded. But it's the type of thing that, if nothing else, the art style, you can glance and be like, oh yes, this is the people who did Death Note.
Good. I'm glad. That's good to hear.
It is a fun one for sure, and the Death Note is still one to this day. Is very near and dear to my heart, and when I heard that you liked it as well, I was like, yeah, it's always a fun day when I get to talk about Death Note.
Exactly, that's how I feel. It's always fun to like be able to gush about Death Note.
Yeah. And stemming that back into broader horror, I am not someone who really enjoys horror. This goes back to what I mentioned earlier about not generally liking negativity, that I go to my media usually to feel something exciting or happy or positive.
Valid,
Tragedy is fine. I enjoy tragedy much more than horror. I just don't like horror. For those who like horror, more power to you. You enjoy it. I will be over here with the lights on. Thank you very much. But you mentioned last night on stream a couple of your favorite films, and one of the ones that you mentioned was Lighthouse.
Yeah.
And you said that you watch this film probably once a week, I think you said?
I watch it a couple times each month. I did watch it a couple days ago, I think, actually. Like as background noise. Because I was like craving it again.
So I looked it up, and the Wikipedia article said that it was sort of a psychological thriller, had horror aspects, but it didn't classify it as a horror film. And it's effectively a two-man show with Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson. And I have enjoyed Willem Dafoe as an actor ever since I first saw him in the original Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, his Green Goblin is like chef's kiss.
Oh yeah, and that he's been in a bunch of other movies that I've liked, and just he has such a iconic voice and is really good dramatically. Robert Pattinson, I think, is one of the best public redemption stories in Hollywood of the past decade or so.
Oh, for
going
sure.
from
He's
being Edward Cullen to now he's Batman, and
now he's fucking
damn
Batman.
good Batman at that.
Yeah.
So earlier today, from what you said last night, I have seen Lighthouse. I watched it today.
You did? Oh, did you like it?
It was something that I watched it while doing other things, but it was still paying very, very close attention. Part of it was because I was like, all right, I don't know if this is how horror this is going to be. And that's my way of sort of having lights on. It's a really interesting movie.
Right?
It's probably not the type of thing that I would have watched on my own.
Probably not.
But I'm glad that I can say that I've seen it. Was very interesting, and while I don't like horror, one thing that I do like is good acting, and that movie is some good acting.
Oh yeah, that's why I like a lot mostly is the acting performances of both Dafoe and Pattinson are, I mean, out of this world. You can tell that William Dafoe loved playing the role of Thomas, and like just how he totally got into this mindset of like, I'm a wiki, working at a lighthouse, and it's so good. And Pattinson's descent, without spoiling it, throughout the movie is
we talked about Descent into Madness earlier.
But it's really good.
That I was remembering saying, here we see it again with the lighthouse. That and aesthetically, it is one of the most. You can't call it original because it used to be done very commonly.
Yeah.
But aesthetically, it is it is one of the most deliberately presented films because it is in black and white, and it is in a almost square aspect ratio. I think I saw in the Wikipedia article
It's
that it was
almost
like
a square
1.19 to
ratio.
1. That
Yeah.
it is very much a square and made to look like these movies of old. And everything from the sound design to the limited score in all of it is just harking back to old film techniques. It makes you feel like you're in this older time where you would have people doing these types of things, of working a lighthouse where you have two people on an island in the middle of an ocean for a month or more, and their entire livelihood, their entire role is just to operate this lighthouse because it is so important in this day and age to have operational lighthouses far out at sea.
Mm-hmm.
And the exploration of just the initial madness of Defoe's character, and then the descent into madness of Pattinson's character.
Yes.
And their various performances throughout that. Without getting into spoiler territory, that at one point, Defoe has possibly, not once but twice, I would say, the most original and extended curse that I have ever heard in a performance, of just him wishing ill upon Pattinson's character, and it sounds like something out of Shakespeare almost, of just how he is describing what he hopes happens to him, and it's just the performance throughout, the tone throughout is so obviously something out of that era and out of someone who has been at sea, and the types of things specifically of, like just hoping that his skin becomes covered in brine and barnacles and everything. It's so intense, and it wasn't until that monologue ended that I realized, wow, that was just, a minute and a half, 2 minutes of him trying to set a curse on this other character and, pleading the gods for bad things to happen in this super creative and different way.
Yeah, it's really so good. And I also really enjoy films where it kind of confuses you as to, you feel like you're almost going crazy with the characters towards the end, because you're like, what's actually happening right now? That's one again. Like,
people is actually crazy, or are they both just crazy? Because that's
who's
an
telling the
option
truth
too.
right now? It is also the truth. Like, they could both be going crazy, which is why I like it too. It's like this intimate showcase of two men who are stuck and they are stranded, and it's like, how much time really passed? No one actually knows, except like no one knows in the movie. You can't tell. There's no way to tell if it's been days, weeks, or months.
As the viewer, that it's a 2-hour movie, that we of all people have no reliable gauge of time.
Yeah. The director, Robert Eggers, who did The Witch also, that's why I don't call it a horror film to a T, because it's weird, it's a more art house kind of horror, and The Witch is the same way, where it's not scary, but it gets to these elements of actual horror, and it's just really good. He just has nailed this feeling of dread and creep into absurdity. I want to recommend the film more people, but you've watched it. There's two very uncomfortable scenes in the movie that I'm like, you gotta watch it. But just so you know, there's some weird bits in there you probably don't want to watch with friends.
It is.
Yeah.
It commits to it, and everything, to be fair, is believable. That I could believe that in that day and age that two people were on an island and had something like that happen to them.
You had
and
to.
That things, I'm sure there are times when, the caretaker or whatever of the island came out to do their monthly check-in, and that the people who worked there were either dead or just missing.
Yeah.
And just gone. And
the fun thing about that movie also is at the end of the credits it does tell you that a lot of the dialogue was actually taken from real life lighthouse records from that time period that's set in. So it's all completely written based around actual recordings and dialogue of what it's like to attend to a lighthouse, and also how they spoke back then. of writings and records. So it's really, really cool.
Okay, it was getting close to showtime actually when I finished it, so I didn't watch all the way through the credits, so I missed that part. I'm glad you told me because that makes it even more interesting.
Yeah, so you can until they put the into how Defoe speaks, and also the weird phrase in the world. It's all just the dark. It's
Yes, but the audio is still coming through, so that's good. Yeah, it was a heck of a ride. The ending was weird. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I can't tell if the lighthouse was destroyed or if it was just so foggy that you couldn't see it at that point. And the question of, is there something supernatural happening here, or is it just two people going insane from isolation and excessive amounts of substance abuse?
Yeah. That's why I like it, is the wondering of what actually happened and who's telling the truth, or if they're both losing it.
Yeah.
You know, the truthfulness to Thomas's whole character, and Robert Pattinson's character, everything about him, which is also why I like it too. It feels very what's the word I'm looking for here? H.P. Lovecraft-esque in a character having to face their demons, but it comes out in a really, really bizarre way. That's pretty much the whole story of Lighthouse, without spoiling it. Is like a character has demons that you don't know about, and once it comes to light, it's shown in really weird ways. It's so good.
And I have a theory, but it relies heavily on a spoiler in the third act.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to decide, because I was alright with the Death Note because it's been out for a while, but this movie only came out in 2019, and I do want people to see it because this one is it's only 2 hours, so I'm gonna hold back. But remind me after the show, Jackie. I want to tell you this theory because I could be off base, but it's a fun idea that occurred to me.
Yeah, because I know some of my friends are watching, and I've been wanting them to see it too. I want to sit them down and be like, "We're gonna watch this right now." After I warn about the weird, uncomfortable bits, they might not want to see, but you know.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned last night on your stream that there was like 3 or 4 other films that you watch super regularly. Please remind me what they are. That Lighthouse was talked about most, and that's why I watched that one first. But there were others.
Yeah, so I have like 5 films I kind of put on rotation. I like to, more so than like music, I like to just listen to stuff when I'm working or doing other things. So I like to put on the same TV show on repeat or the same movies on repeat. And those 5 are, 2 of them are anime based. One of them is Wolf Children, which is a really good anime
I can
film.
talk about Wolf Children a lot.
Yeah.
I'll let you get through the rest, but we're going to talk Wolf Children in a minute.
Wolf Children is a big one I watch a lot. So is Princess Mononoke. I also like to watch Her, which is a really good movie. It's a romance film. It's really
That's
really
the one
good.
with the AI, right?
Yes. I don't know why. I got really hooked on that one. It's very good. Then I also like to watch Hereditary and Midsummer, which are 2 really graphic horror films. A lot. Same vein as Lighthouse, where I just like to watch
I've read
horror movies.
the wiki synopsis of Midsummer because I heard that it was a trip and a half, and that's how I handle most proper horror films. That, like I mentioned, I like mysteries, and a lot of horror films have an aspect of mystery, and especially if I see a trailer that has a good hook.
Yeah.
I very often will say, okay, I have no interest whatsoever in seeing that. Not going to do that, but I'm going to go to Wikipedia because I want to know how it happens, why it happens, or at the very least, what is the twist. And I've read through the Midsummer Wikipedia article, and let's just say I'm glad that I chose to pass on that one because, wow!
Oh yeah, it's trip. From start of opening scene alone had me like jaw open, like just in pure shock. Because the movie opens with like very very horrible death scene, and it's very upsetting, and it like really pulls you in the first like 20 minutes. It's like, no, you're in for a ride, buddy. It does not wait to show you the darker parts of the film and where it goes. Whereas
Yeah.
Hereditary, it's like you have to wait halfway through for it to take the twist, and it's a twist.
I
Like
don't
it,
know anything at all about Hereditary, or
it's
if I
really good.
do, I've forgotten.
Without spoiling it, of course, the trailer completely blindsides you what the movie is actually about. Ari Aster does this wonderful job of making you believe it's a different film until you watch it, and everything changes halfway through, and it's so crazy. I recall seeing it in theaters for the first time with my friends. I went and saw it with my best friend and her fiance, and when the twist happens, we all shot forward in our chair, just mouth open, like, "What?" It's really
Sometimes
good.
I love when a film can do that, of just
Oh yeah.
being super deceitful with their marketing and giving you something you didn't know you wanted. I hold
Oh yeah.
the one time that sticks out in my mind of that really not working is Disney's Brave. That
Oh
they
yeah.
they sold me a different movie in the trailer, and I wanted the trailer movie.
Yeah, Brave is something. I agree with you on that one. But yeah, Hereditary very much is like, oh, it's gonna be really spooky the whole time. It's a really really well done, but very slow build. And once it gets to the height, it just goes crazy from there.
Mm.
I like it more than Midsummer because it's very wild. I mean, Midsummer's wild too, but it takes a while to get there. And once it does, it's just a full climax of what the hell's going on. But they're both written by Ari Aster, and he's a phenomenal director. Like, really, really good.
Mm-hmm. So I've seen Princess Mononoke. It's been a while, and very, very good movie. Classic movie for a reason. But Wolf Children.
Oh.
So Wolf Children is done by the director Mamoru Hosoda, who a lot of people liken to Miyazaki, who's the one that did Princess Mononoke, My Neighbor Totoro, Ponyo, many very well-renowned anime films. And a lot of people, at least in the West, sort of herald Hosoda as not necessarily the second coming of Miyazaki, but he's definitely, I would say, at this point, the second best known anime film director, like specifically film director.
Oh yeah.
In the West, that apart from Wolf Children, the other big ones he's done are Summer Wars. Mirai, more recently, he did Belle.
Yeah.
The fun part about his particular path as a director was the first big project he had was the Digimon movie, which is super parallel to Summer Wars. And it basically seems that he, as a director, pitched Summer Wars to the studio, and the studio's like, "You're a new director. We're not going to greenlight an entire film for you, but we have this other thing that sounds a lot like what you want to do anyway, so here you go. Have this for now." And then he went and made Summer Wars later when he had more stuff under his belt.
Yeah.
But Wolf Children is a story about a mother raising her two children who are half human, half wolf. That the father... werewolf is not quite the right term, that there is no moon transformation at play here. That they are able to transform largely at will. Sometimes things happen, particularly with emotional flare-ups.
Yeah.
But it is a movie about raising children, the journey of a parent, and the ways in which children change as they grow up, both their interests, their goals, and their behaviors. Without going into spoilers, you talk about complete story arcs, Jackie. The story arcs of Ame and Yuki are so cool to watch, and obviously Hana's as well, but that Hana changes, I would say, the least of the three. That from the beginning, she's always doing her very best as a mother, and there is never a moment in the film where her love for her children can ever be so much as questioned.
Yeah.
But she goes through a lot, and her children go through a lot, and it is... I teared up, and I still tear up every time I see that film. It is...
Same.
It's really good.
Yeah. It's really good. I try to share with everyone I know. It's like, you haven't seen it? Okay, we're watching it. Like, I
Because a
like to
lot of people,
force films upon my friends and be like, no, we're
Mhm,
watching this right now. I like this film. We're gonna watch it together. That's how I show love.
a lot of folks have seen Summer Wars. Awkward Spam in the chat is definitely one of them, hyping up Summer
Hmm.
Wars. And don't get me wrong, love Summer Wars, very good film.
Oh yeah.
I think that Wolf Children is better as a film. It's a very different film, though. That's the thing, that
Yeah.
depending on what you enjoy, your mileage may vary. But I think that just from a overall narrative presentation, I think that Wolf Children is a more complete film, but that's not meant to be a knock on Summer Wars. It's just, if you like Summer Wars, I very, very much think you will like Wolf Children. It's so
Yeah.
good.
It's just really good. Like it's very different almost as far as like what you see in most animes and films. It's a really nice family movie about a family growing up, and Hana is such a unique character too. Is like you know how she is right from the start. She's a very happy, smiley, doing her best, hardworking woman, and it's just so good, and it's a great movie. That's why I watch it a lot, because it just feels good to watch it. It's a
Mm-hmm.
very comforting film and very warm and mostly
Yeah.
happy until like the more emotional bits of growing up and whatnot happen.
Yeah. But even so, that um, I don't consider it a spoiler to say that there is some tragedy in this film.
Yeah.
The end game of this film does not have tragedy.
No.
There's moments of tragedy throughout, but at the end of the day, this film is an uplifting one.
Yeah. Very
And
uplifting.
catharsis is the word that I would use here to describe it at large. Just
Yeah.
that you have this emotional release, but you're crying, but it's a happy
Hmm.
cry.
Yeah. It's a happy cry. This one feels like the most like Ghibli-esque also, and just the way it is, like moving out to a countryside and trying to raise a family and the mystical wolf part of it. Like this one feels the
Mhm.
most Ghibli to me. I love it so much.
Do you have any favorite scenes or moments?
Um, I mean, I do like. I like the part where they move to the house in the countryside and like the montage of them building the house and like
Oh yeah.
renovating it, and Yuki finding all the bugs and the
Oh yeah.
animals in the forest. So cute. So I love it. That part's really good for me.
Really fun one. And just it is a movie that feels it's a pretty long film. If memory serves, it's
Yes, it's
either
pretty
about
long.
or just over 2 hours. And in some
Yeah,
ways it feels like a 3 hour movie, but at the same
it
time,
does.
when you finish it, it's like it didn't feel like a difficult 3 hours. It's just that they pack so much into the runtime
Yeah.
that it feels longer than it is, in a good way.
Hmm.
Not that it
Yeah.
drags, but they have so many different scenes that this is a film that it feels like it's more of episodic in chapters, because it's
Yeah.
scattered instances and stories that cover 15, 16 year span.
Hmm.
So you get to see Ame and Yuki as they grow up and get to young adulthood. And there isn't necessarily a central conflict or villain or obstacle to overcome, other than just growing up, being a kid who is part wolf, part human, and being a single mother of two children that are
Yeah.
part wolf, part kid.
Mhm.
That is the singular thread of this narrative, and that it's not about beating a big bad. It's not about saving the world. It's just being a family and going through the trials of life.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. That's why I like it so much too. It's like a different story, different conflicts than what you normally see, I feel.
Mhm. Yeah, I need to rewatch it. That one's been a while.
Mhm.
That was one that, like, I went out of my way to show my parents that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think to show your parents, that's a good one to show. It's so
Yeah.
cute.
Really good stuff. Go watch Wolf Children, people.
Yeah, go watch
Also,
it.
just watch most of the stuff by Mamoru Hosoda and
Mhm.
naturally Miyazaki, but I don't think you needed me to tell you
Yeah.
that Miyazaki does good stuff.
Hmm.
Now, I didn't mean this to be the specific sort of transition jumping off point, but I realize it works out pretty well anyways. When it comes to part animal, part human stuff, that obviously you are a cat VTuber, but also outside of this, that people will notice that your Twitter handle is Miss Jackie Art.
Yeah.
And that you do art, but you do not just, studio art, so to speak, whether it be digital or otherwise, but that you do cosplay and that you do fursuit creation.
Yeah, I do.
I'm going to move us to front screen. And we actually have here a couple of the different pieces that you have done, or at least the head pieces.
Yeah.
Now, are there any of the, I think it was 3 that you sent me.
Mhm.
Are there any of these that are particularly meaningful or have significant stories that they are all, like I said, headpieces, but for example, the one that's up right now that is brown, white, and blue has a different type of eyes from the one that is brown, white, and black, and very different from the sort of golden retriever type one that we have here that I suppose, where would you like to start of these 3?
So these 3 are actually all from the same queue of commissions that I got 2 years ago, I think. Yeah, I don't really do it a lot at the moment. So I'm taking like a big long break from my current commissions because.
Well, you have been busy with broadly gestures to VTubing.
Yeah, but I do have active commissions I'm working on right now. But I have taken a break because burnout is a thing that you get. And before I was a VTuber, I would literally go to my day job, work 8 hours, 40 plus hours a week, get home, take an hour break, and then work on suits until 3 a.m., go to bed, wake up, and go to work, and repeat that every day of my life. So, if you do that, you tend to get a bit of burnout and hurt your wrist. So I take it slow, but these are old ones I did, and I'm still really proud of them. I think they're really good work. Yeah. I love fursuit making. It's a fun passion. I really enjoy sewing. Hand sewing especially is so much fun. So I can put a movie on or a show and just sit there and hand sew and watch TV. But it's really fun watching these creations come to life. My own work, I guess.
Yeah. One thing that's come up in the past is that prior to 2020, I used to work conventions a fair bit. Part of how Vtuber Talk came about is that conventions weren't happening anymore. So I had some extra time, and that I enjoy some back-end production and organization coordination. That's how this all came about. And I did a cosplay once, and the extent of that was me being Giovanni from Pokemon and using suit, tie, earth badge, pin, slicked hair, and that is the extent of my cosplay career. But I have naturally seen many people with these types of fursuits, and it is something that I've always wondered, okay, what's the process of making these? Because they're not something that, to my knowledge, are mass-produced. That there might be some manufacturers at this point, but I'm pretty sure that most of them are hand-done projects.
Yeah, most of the quote-unquote manufactured ones that you would see are probably from companies who just steal actual designs. It's an issue with some fursuits where people, companies trying to make a quick buck, will just yoink someone's character and make a really cheap fursuit and sell it on eBay or Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else is usually done handmade by either a small business, or from people like me who just one person doing it from start to finish. It's all just me.
What is that start to finish process? That you have someone who has given you their concept art, they have their design.
Yeah.
So what are the base materials and just beginnings of all this that I can't even fathom?
So you use foam I do. There's a couple ways you can make them. Some people actually 3D print the head bases and build off of those. Some people use foam casting. The most popular way to do it is to build through foam. Think of the foam you would see inside of a chair. That kind of foam. You can buy it Joanne Fabrics in bulk, which is what I do. But yeah, you start measurements of your head. with some wiggle room, of course. And then you just sculpt out the shape of the animal that you're making, and everything else is patterned with duct tape. Like you duct tape the foam and mark out all the patterns of the character, and then you just sew it up. You make a big old face and glue it on top, and everything else is like the small crafting of making the eyes with paint. It's mesh that you can't really see well in a fursuit. I'm sure you're not shocked to hear that, because you use a little mesh fabric, and you paint over that and put that on the eyes. And the mouth is like, for me, I carve out the foam in the mouth so people can breathe well. It's very important to breathe well.
Most people breathe every day.
Yeah, but some suits I've seen don't have great airflow, and I want to make sure mine do. You can like put your whole arm in that mouth that you see, and it will not break. And the body parts, like the full body suits, are a bit more process. So you have to have your like clients make a mannequin of themselves, which is where you either wear like a paint suit or wrap up in like plastic wrap and then duct tape your body, and you cut that out.
So you basically are creating a mold there.
Yeah, a mold of yourself with duct tape. Mm-hmm. And you ship that to me, and then I restuff it so it's your body, and I build the suit around that with measurements.
Okay, wow. I never imagined that being the solution. I figured that they do, the measurements, and that you have all the various fitting measurements that people do of the various parts of the body, and that they would send those along, that you would make it based on that. But in this case, it is, like you said, actually creating that mold, stuffing, and just building around it, which is naturally going to get a much more reliable shape, presuming that the parts shipped well, but that's going to end up being much more customized than something that is simply made to the numbers.
Yeah, and if you want to, like, if they want what we call like G legs, where it's like the animal shaped legs, having the mannequin there and sculpting out like these padding for your body to give you the more animalistic shape to your like legs and stuff, that requires a mannequin too. Then you have like the feet paws, where you take, how I do it is I get their shoe size and I buy these like little slip-on shoes. They're like super cheap, you can get them on Amazon in bulk. And I build a paw around that. And you can like slip your feet in there, and you've got little feet paws.
What would you say is the most difficult part of creating a suit? Is there either a limb
paws.
Or it's paws?
The paws. The way I do my paws, it's my own fault. I make what are called puffy paws, where you add extra padding to the fingers to make them look like big, big fluffy cartoony paws. But that involves like stuffing them in, adding a lining. It's a lot of finer sewing, and that's where it gets a bit chaotic. Things can get like stuck when you're like turning it inside out. It can get all crunched up, and you got hands with the claws on. It's a lot, but it's worth it for the look. That's the important part.
When it comes to the fur, particularly on the one that is tan, blue, and white, and the brown, black, and white one, you're using fur of different lengths on different parts of the face. Yeah. So do you buy, I guess, I assume that the fur is sold as you would buy fabric, that you just buy by the yard or something.
Yeah.
Are there different fur length fabrics, and that you use the different ones and splice them together that way, I suppose?
Yep, there is. I use a couple different manufacturers to like buy fur fabric from, but like there's different lengths of fur. There's a fabric that we use a lot for fursuit making, on the noses especially. It's called minky fabric. It's completely short, and you can use that for things like eyebrows, paw pads, and noses. But most of the fur you get is shag fur, where it's super, super long, and you just shave it down. So just like how you would shave a dog, you use the same kind of clippers and shave the fur down accordingly. So when I put the fur on the face, it's all long, and then you shave it down when it's on the model itself.
But you have to be very careful with that, because if you shave too much, you can't undo that.
You cannot. I mean, you can There's tricks to if you shave too much to put more fur in the spot, but it's usually you need to be careful.
Yeah. For something like the black, white, and tan ones, you have the sort of diamonds in the forehead. I guess that you just cut those out and then put in the different ones. What would you say is your most complex piece, whether it's one of these three that are pictured or one that you didn't get an image for?
The one I didn't get an image for, I had to make a full body fursuit for, it was a lion character, but he wanted to have muscles on the bodysuit, which involved a lot of work of like molding out these like pecs and biceps and stuff on a fursuit and
Because
building
you
around
can't
that.
just put in fluff, otherwise you're going to look
It's
lumpy
just,
and not
yeah.
muscular. And muscles
So it
are an
was like,
entirely different
mhm,
beast, pun not intended.
yeah. Even the head itself was hard. I had to figure out how to make a lion mane, which involved building this huge hood out of foam, and I would like I sewed a pattern around that, and that was really hard. So that was definitely one of the hard. Also, to define the muscles, I had to airbrush the suit, and I love airbrushing, but I was dragging this like back then I lived at my parents' house, and I was dragging this giant mannequin out to my garage at night to airbrush it, and it was just really fun to think about. But yeah, that was definitely the hardest one. Was like sculpting these like muscles out of foam and sewing them on and airbrushing that definition.
Is there a piece that you are most proud of?
The one you see with all the different markings, the brown, blue, and that one, the tan, white, blue, and black one.
Mm,
Just because the markings are so unique, it took a long time. But I think I did the best work on that one.
yeah, I'm going to actually pause on that one right now. That you have the three little dots as the eyebrows, you have the extra little tuft of hair. I
That one, yeah.
imagine.
That one actually is fun.
Oh, wait,
There
were you
were
referring to the other one? Were you referring
yeah,
to
but I
this
can talk
one?
about yeah the brown one, with all different colors and the diamond shape. That one's fun. But the orange and blue one has magnets around the eyes. You could attach eyelids to it to give it different expressions. So
Oh,
like you could give
wow.
like
Okay.
angry eyelids, happy
Huh.
eyelids. Yeah, you can do a bunch of fun stuff with fursuits. You can make like different tongues to attach to it. Um, all that stuff. I built a fursuit once for myself, actually, for a cosplay. I installed a voice box into it to make different sounds. I made a glove I could wear on my hand, and each button would like make a different sound.
Oh,
So it
that's
was a
so cool.
video game character.
I always love seeing when people do those extra layers
Mhm.
or just extra pieces of customization to just add something that is beyond the visual aesthetics, whether it be sounds or something for their
Mhm.
voice or moving parts. Those are always very, very cool. So, how did you operate this glove? Was it something that there were buttons on the
Yeah.
inside and that you would just, move your finger in a way that taps the buttons to make those alterations?
Yeah, so it was this. I bought one of those, like, you know how you can buy gloves for your hands to, ease your carpal tunnel? I bought one of those, like, cheap ones, and I glued on these buttons that went under each of my fingers. So I could, like, curl my finger inwards and tap the button. And I bought a soundboard that I, like, actually, like, like, I wired all the stuff myself. I'm very proud of that still. And the wire went all the way up my arm and onto a big speaker in my chest under the fursuit, and it would play different sounds because I was cosplaying Trico from The Last Guardian, which is a really good PS4 video game, and he has very unique sounds. I couldn't imitate myself, so I
Oh yeah, no,
just
I haven't played The Last Guardian. I have seen it, and I know it's storied history that was, big deal when The Last Guardian finally came out. That it was up
oh yeah.
there with, Duke Nukem Forever and a couple other games for games that were announced and then were assumed to be just in development hell, and then actually were released. And
Mhm.
at the very least, in the case of Last Guardian, that even if it didn't live up to the hype of however many years it was in that development cycle, that it was still received very, very positively.
Oh yeah, it's a really good game. I'm gonna actually replay it soon on stream because I talked about it during my top 50 games video, and I was like, no, I gotta stream this and show you guys. Cause it was a PS4 exclusive, so like not a lot of folks got to play it. Well, you know, some did who had a PS4, but some didn't. Some didn't get to experience The Last Guardian. I think it's really, really, really good. So I want to play it soon and showcase it.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, because the thing with that one is that it's sort of, well, first off, it's a quadruped.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, quadruped.
So I assume that you did not do that for yourself, but
you can do quad suits, but they are very taxing on the body.
Yeah.
You can do your back legs normally, but the way you do the front legs, by the way humans are built, is you make stilts for your front and you hold them. And I've seen some people flawlessly do quad suits. There's this creator, I forget their name right now, but they make like these unicorn fursuits for like red fairs and stuff. It's really good, but not for me. I like my comfort if I can have it with fursuiting.
Yeah.
It's already hot enough in there. I don't want to try and like do gymnastics and stuff.
But The Last Guardian, it's a feathery beast that it's like half almost.
It's like a bird dog cat.
Yeah, half dog-ish. So in that case, you were using feathers, which was there any significant difference in how you handled that versus fur, or did you find it more similar than one might expect?
So I didn't actually use feathers. I cheated a bit where I sewed fur, but then I would shave it to look a feathery shape.
Ooh, okay. Honestly, that's probably the smarter approach.
Though I have made a feather costume before. One of my first, like, not really a fursuit, but adjacent was, I cosplayed. This is for a friend. I never watched the anime much. It was the bird guy from My Hero Academia, whatever his name is. I don't know.
Toy. Why am I blanking? Because I'm caught up on My Hero Academia.
Tokiyami, I think his name was.
Tokiyami, yes.
Yeah, my friend was gonna cosplay the frog girl, and I was like, oh, I want to be the bird dude. He's got a cool look to him. So I built this bird head. Actually, the jaw moved when I talked.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, but I did construct the head completely out of feathers, which was a pain, but it looked good.
Mm-hmm. Awesome, yeah. So you said that you're currently on a bit of a hiatus, that you have a couple commissions on your slate, but that you aren't accepting new ones because you're busy with obviously streaming and many other things. But moving back to the main screen. Is, if memory serves, I forget that you are actively in this or if it is just something that you are a appreciator of, and that is animation.
Yeah, I love animating. I do it all the time, actually. I animate pretty often. I'm actually part of a couple of animation projects on YouTube. And I've done a couple of animations for my streams as well. And my hype train scene in particular is I animated myself to be like Cat Bus from My Neighbor Totoro.
Yeah.
But normally I do a lot of fandom animations, like, you know, just projects that a bunch of fans do for certain series.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I love anime. I love to make things move. It's fun.
And is that something that you have been into since before you started VTubing, or was that something that?
I animated a lot when I was like younger. Like when I was like in middle school, I would do a bunch of animations. Like back when we had like old school Flash to work in. And then I stopped for a long time. I just got back into it about 2.5 years ago. I've been slowly improving, so it's more just like a thing I do for funsies. It's just animate.
So are all of your emotes your own? I'm guessing at the very least you have, when people raid, you have a little intro thing that
I did that.
You serving coffee. Unsurprisingly, so I'm guessing you did that one as well.
Yeah, all the on-stream animations are done by me. My emotes are actually done by an artist called Nutcase Art. They do all my main ones. All the meme like emotes and dancing ones are done by me, but Like the Pop Cat or Pop Chat Cat, that one is done by me, but I'm really not an emo artist.
There it is.
I don't draw. I'm not good at drawing small things. I gotta draw big. So they did try to make something fit into that tiny format. Not for me. So I'd rather like support an artist who can do a really good job, and yeah, they do good. So I commission them for that. But all my on-stream animations and whatnot are done by me.
And that is where the CR comes from, because most people would expect CH, which, you know, for a channel, but yours specifically is CR, which, if memory serves, is for Miss Jackie Creates.
Yeah, that's my fursuit making handle. I was gonna be a fursuit making streamer before I discovered VTubing. So Miss Jackie CR is my business name for fursuits. It stands for Miss Jackie Creations. And I was originally going to stream myself like making fursuits and all that stuff. So I started out doing art streaming for a bit to see if I liked it, and then I began doing video game streams with a like little, not even moving PNG, it's like a picture on the screen. And then I found about VTubing around like September of 2020.
Okay, that's interesting though, that you wound up as a PNG tuber without knowing that VTubers existed, because I know plenty of people who get into VTubing as a PNG tuber. That, you know, there's a lot of people that do that to this day, and PNG tubing is really valid, and a lot of people take that as sort of their initial stepping stone, usually with the intent of becoming a VTuber, or rather of commissioning a VTuber full model. But in your case, you just decided to start using a PNG, not even knowing that there was this, you know, entire budding scene of VTubers, and that you stumbled across it after the fact.
Yeah, like I didn't know you can make a move with your voice. So what I had was this like looping GIF of me like holding a controller and like, you know, wagging my tail and stuff. And then I had this really jank setup where it was a couple different PNGs of myself with like different expressions, and I had them like tied to hotkeys. I would just like flip through on stream when I was talking.
Just unknowingly putting it together, basically early stages VTuber, without knowing it. And
I had no idea, and I ended up like watching YouTube of like all these people. I'm like, oh, this is really cute. I want to do this. Yeah,
you were already halfway there.
Halfway there.
When it comes to animations, do you find that you have a particular style, or either a way that you go about creating animations, or just a artistic style?
So the animation style I do is called low frame rate animation, where I animate very low FPS. Mine are between 10 to 12 frames per second, all my animations, and even then, a lot of it is not a lot of movement. It's the idea of the movement versus like actual motion. So you can watch me do like make a character move, and it's not like super flowy and frame by frame, but the idea is there. I also do what's called tweening a lot. So my raid intro is a tweened animation where you just make parts move, not by hand drawn. You draw the parts first, cut them up, and then make them move in a separate program. I like to do that too. It's mostly because my art style is very detailed, and that does not vibe with animation.
No.
If I drew the same detail every single turn, I would go insane. My arm would break in half, I'm convinced. So I try to find a good middle ground with animation.
Very understandable. Do you have any ongoing animation projects that you're able to talk about, or are they currently under wraps?
So they're all like fan projects. There's these things on YouTube called multi-animator projects, or like map projects, where it's like a certain fandom wants to make a video or a animation about this with a song about a character. Like I do Warrior Cats animations. It's all Warrior Cat stuff, which is like a book series about cats that people like. And shocker there, I like to do Warrior Cat animations. So I just, I joined those, and we just work together and make these fully animated videos to like a certain song, and I've been in a lot of them. That's pretty much what I was doing before I was VTubing. I was actively in the Warrior Cats fandom doing animations. My YouTube channel is almost completely that.
Any particular projects that you're super proud of?
Yeah, I just recently have started to improve a bit with my animation. I just did one, a small part for a animation project where I animated a cat swimming around, and I think it turned out really good. Like, it was really hard for me to force myself to animate something fully, and drawing a cat swimming is very, very hard, but I got it down to a T. Yeah, I was really proud of that one.
Because that's not just movement, but it is a very unconventional movement.
Yeah.
Walking is one thing, but I'm guessing, did you just have to watch a bunch of videos of cats swimming to sort of learn how you had to draw all of those?
Yeah, I watched like a bunch of videos of jaguars, because they like to swim, jaguars do, so I watched how they push against the waves and what their bodies do to try and figure it out. But there's an ongoing joke in my community. It's one of my sour deems of a guy saying, "What the hell's a warrior cat?" Because no one knows except like a couple of people and me. You know?
Okay, that just clicked into place for me.
It's the sound of Griffin McElroy going, "What the fuck? What's a warrior cat?" Because that's what that's what I do, is draw warrior cats, and no one knows what the hell it is.
You know, whenever you hear a sound redeem that's a line and you don't get it, you can usually assume, all right, it's a reference to something.
Yeah, it's a reference.
But that was one that just was like, I assume this is a reference and I have no idea what the context is, but now I know, so nice to be able to sort of connect those dots.
Yeah, it's just like, people redeem it a lot whenever I talk about warrior cats for even a second. So now,
of course,
instead of doing my 48-hour stream, which was the plan for when I reached 700 subs during my subathon, I told Chat I would do a full stream where I explain what a warrior cat is. So they're going to find out soon. I'm
preparing, I guess, a PowerPoint, and it's going to be welcome to my TED Talk.
PowerPoint, yes. I'm going to TED Talk about what a warrior cat is.
Is there anything, either animation-wise or fursuit creation-wise, really anything, I suppose, not content creation VTubing wise, but anything where there is that physical end result that you aspire to do, or a project that you want to embark on at some point, but you have not done so yet?
Well, first, making wise, I actually really want to make a fursuit of my character so I can wear it around. I'm going to TwitchCon this year, and what I would like to have is like at least a partial fursuit of what you see on the screen right now to wear around. One of my big goals, which is a very nerdy goal, I've had it for a while, is I want to make a full. I want to build one based on one of my D&D characters, because she's like a tabaxi, so like a snow leopard cat. That's one of my like personal big goals is to get to one day. Is like to build like a realistic snow leopard costume to wear around.
Very nice. Yeah, I remember when we were scheduling and figuring out, all right, which day do we want to have the show? And you're like, Saturday doesn't work because that's my D&D day. And like, all right, totally understand that. I have mine on Wednesday, and D&D day, you know, that's a very important commitment. Not going to move that one.
Yeah.
But it's interesting you mentioned making a fursuit of yourself and prepping to go to TwitchCon. That it's not something I've really even thought about until now, but the fact that this is going to be the first TwitchCon that has happened since the VTuber boom.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see, one, how many VTubers attend, two, how many VTubers attend, and let others know how many VTubers attend and cosplay themselves, and to what level anonymity is attempted to be maintained. And you are actually in a position where you can go, let people know that you're going, but since you're in a fursuit, you can theoretically maintain your anonymity throughout. And you're actually in a much simpler situation than the average VTuber.
Yeah, I could. The thing about it, though, is I don't even need to, because I talked about before, back, like, whenever people talk about like the privacy of VTubers, I'm like, well, I don't have that, because like I've made it very clear I live in Ohio, and also I post selfies pretty often
And
because
also,
I
I
was a
suppose,
cosplayer for a long time,
yeah,
so people have
and
seen my face
mm,
everywhere.
that's right. I was thinking about it earlier, and then it sort of slipped out of my mind. But now that you mention it, duh, of course, because you've also done all of these other projects, these
Mhm.
commissions. So, now that you say it, I feel like, duh, how did I not think of that? That there is all this out there. So, all right, well, at the very least, it's never been something that's been tried to be maintained. So easy
Yeah.
there as well.
Yeah, because like I didn't even try to hide like who I was before I began or started VTubing. Because again, before I don't really attend cons anymore. TwitchCon's gonna be like, the first in a long time because I like to stay inside after all the COVID things, which to each their own,
To be
whatever.
fair, most people haven't
Um,
gone to a con in the
yeah,
past 2.5 years, and if you have, you've
yeah,
probably only been to one or two, and
one or
probably very
two.
recently.
Uh-huh. But before that, I would go to cons. I mean, I went to several throughout the year. I would go to at least, let me think, one, two, three, four, at least four or five throughout the entire year. Every year I would go. Um, Before I even did like, edits for my streams, I was a YouTuber who would do convention vlogs and like I'd make CMVs, which are like cosplay videos to showcase
Mm,
con goers at a cosplay convention.
yeah.
I've even also done press for some cons too, to like make videos for their conventions. So
Oh,
like,
that's super cool.
yeah, cosplaying in general has definitely helped me a lot when it comes to like doing content creation and also giving me an idea of like how to go about it. Because that's what I did
Mm,
for a long time was try to do cosplay online or be an artist online and market myself and do video edits and whatnot.
mm. Also, I just realized a handful of people followed a while back, and I just completely missed it. It was probably near the start of the stream, and I was, getting things rolling, missed it. So, quick thank you to Milo, VTuber, Queen Twinkle Toes, Vapor Bobble, Aqua Kai, Cam Knight, and Comet Yin for the follows. Thank you so
Heck
much.
yeah.
And, that's one of the fun things, and I've definitely seen Aqua Kai and several of those other names in chat.
Oh yeah.
And Aqua Kai is right there with the good
Mhm.
old hyper dance emote. That's one of the fun things of every time I have a guest, that seeing their regulars come in, because I don't invite someone on my stream unless I've tuned into at least a handful of their streams,
Mhm.
and you start to recognize the regulars in
Oh
people's
yeah.
streams. So, seeing those regulars pop up is always very fun for me as the host as well. So thank you all for stopping by.
Mhm.
Is there, so you mentioned the project for yourself for TwitchCon
Yeah.
and the idea of doing the tabaxi. So for animation, is there either a subject or a collab or, maybe just a new type of style that you've wanted to experiment with that you're looking to have the opportunity to do sometime in the future?
I mean, not really. Animation for me is very much just like a hobby, like a personal, like just for fun kind of thing. What
Mm,
I like, the way I've used it before I even got into Warrior Cats is I would animate like my D&D characters, my OCs. Um, so I just, I don't know. It's just a different way to express my art and showcase parts of my characters I can't just through one singular art piece. So like,
mm,
all my goals for animation is like I want to make a cool video of my character or my D&D party doing a really like I want to like animate cool scenes from campaigns and sessions and stuff or make like a music tribute to certain events in D&D. That's basically all I want to do with it.
mm. That's super cool. Um, One subject that I actually want to wrap back to, because we touched on it very briefly and then
Mhm.
got sidetracked by a bunch of the other really good topics that we've
Yeah.
done so far. But I want to revisit because you mentioned it being something that you really enjoy and that I enjoyed as well, and that was Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
That we had the mention of there being the Duel Monsters trivia redeem.
Mhm.
So for you, did you ever play the card game, or for you, was it just the anime?
So when the card game like started, I was into it as a like 12-year-old just playing Yu-Gi-Oh with my neighbor kids, like on their porches and stuff. So my extent to the Yu-Gi-Oh card game is like the Generation 1 cards, playing it with a bunch of kids, or like sneaking the cards into my school.
In school, yep, playing at recess.
And playing at recess. I never got into the game, or the card game, competitively anyway, and I definitely trying to play that Master Duel was a big wake-up call for, oh shit, I gotta learn all this stuff. I'm enjoying Master Duel, don't get me wrong, but it just showed that I was not playing. I don't really play the card game much.
Yeah, for me, I played largely casually, just with friends. I played throughout the Duel Monsters era, and for 2/3, I'd say, of the GX era. I went to a small handful of local tournaments, never did better than winning like half of the matches, and I never really tried to get super deep into it. But definitely just, those memories of playing, you mentioned on a friend's porch or at school, that's something that I absolutely identify with. But for the show itself, that I definitely watched a ton for the initial arc, and like I said, through most of the GX arc. But for that original series, there's a reason that it's still beloved to this day, and it's so iconic. Did you have any favorite either characters, arcs, duels? That there's still 5 full seasons of that. There's memory serves like 150-ish episodes.
225-ish episodes, actually.
It's a lot. So there's a lot of content there. Were there any favorites for you in it?
Yeah. I'm very not normal about my Yu-Gi-Oh obsession. So my favorite character is actually from season 5 when they go back to ancient Egypt. It's Bakura's
specifically
past self.
Okay, that's
Steve
funny
King
you mention
Bakura,
it,
my favorite
because
character.
I'm the same. That Bakura was always my favorite character.
Yeah.
Even when he only had the bit parts, he was fun, and getting to see evil Bakura, that he always felt like the most legitimate and threatening villain. That Pegasus was always super campy, and while he was obviously very powerful, the first appearance of Bakura was so menacing, and we didn't have full context in the English anime because they actually established his character in the season 0 manga and everything, and they're talking about this guy, and it's like, oh, it's Bakura, we know you from school, and we know all about him. He's like, no, we don't. Did I miss an episode somewhere?
Yep.
But that he becomes this super menacing character, and I just always thought his voice actor, frankly, in the English dub, was having a blast doing that role.
Yeah, you can tell. I always enjoy that about VAs, when you can tell they're enjoying their role a lot. I dunk on the Yu-Gi-Oh dub all the time, but I do enjoy what they have done to Bakura with that. It's funny.
Also, it's Duper. Thank you for the follow.
Duper!
Good to see you. It's Duper, alpaca VTuber. Very, very fun design.
Love Paul Llama. I love him.
Oh wait, sorry. Is it llama not alpaca or?
Yeah, it's llama. Paul Llama.
My apologies, Duper. But yes, so it's always fun to find another Bakura lover, because I feel like he doesn't always get the hype he deserves. There was the Dark Side of Dimensions movie that they released a couple years ago, and Bakura gets to have a pretty central role, and I was super excited to see that.
I was so happy. I was like, my boy getting a spotlight. It's what he deserves. So good.
Yeah. Obviously there's classics that Eric Vale as Seto Kaiba, Dan Green as Yugi. One of the voice redeems on your channel that I knew right away was, you're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate
deck. Yeah.
You want to talk about scathing insults.
Yep. I get that one all the time.
So since the King Bakura is your favorite character, was the Ancient Egypt arc your favorite arc as a whole, or was it just that character and that you have a different favorite arc?
I think that's just my favorite character. I like the Ancient Egypt arc because it shows how everything from the past ties into the current day. The link between Kaiba and the Blue Eyes White Dragon is a really cool storyline.
It's essentially saying, all right, we're going to take our lore episode and we're just going to make an arc out of it. Let's take the entire final arc of our show, and it's just a lore dump.
Yeah, like, you get to see, Dark Magician Girl, but, like, as she was, in real life, and same with Dark Magician, like, all these characters you get to see in the past and
And
learning about Atem and stuff like that, like, oh, so good.
yeah, and sort of
Um,
realizing that in some ways the cards are actually memorials
yeah.
to these characters, that they aren't just these creative or mythic beings, that the god cards are still the gods are the gods,
Yeah, yeah.
but that there were these characters that then become embodied and, like I said, sort of memorialized as the card characters, and
Mhm.
having the connection then to their respective duelists in the future, which is just kind of mind-blowing, to be
Oh,
honest.
yeah. Mhm. My favorite arc is probably I forget the actual name of the arc itself. I like a lot of them for like different reasons, but I do enjoy the one where like they're on the blimp. I do
Yeah,
enjoy
so
Merrick a lot.
mm,
Um,
that's it's the Battle City arc, but
Battle
you're
City arc,
specifically
yeah,
it's the Battle City Finals, which I
yeah,
would say that's probably just peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters right there. That
it really
uh,
is.
I think
Yeah.
Battle City as a broad arc is probably my favorite, and probably on average most people's favorite.
Oh
That
yeah.
was really the height of the Yu-Gi-Oh craze, or at least the first wave of it.
Hmm.
And that's when they actually started to get the real rules versus Duelist Kingdom, which was them just flying by the seat of their pants.
Yeah,
Um,
100%.
and that once they get to the finals, that it's all just hard hitting stuff. That it's no more gimmicky side characters. It's everything is self contained. You're on this blimp, and that is just one big duel after another. And each of these duels is taking 2 to 4 and sometimes 5 episodes, and that they're really getting into the weeds with the game, but also with the characters as they go.
Oh yeah, I just I think it's really well done in all aspects. Again, you get to showcase a lot of Merrick and like his character and like how he became to be, which
Hmm.
I like him a lot too as a villain because of the backstory of like his Yami was created through trauma and anger. Like he's just a
Yeah.
being of rage. It's really really fun take on the Yami aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. If you're going to have to make a villain to ally switch and trope, that one of the more frequent plot devices is, all right, there's an evil alter ego, or there's some dark force possessing the person and they're not actually bad, and
Mhm.
that is why the characters can overlook the atrocities they committed, the near atrocities that they almost committed, and then become friends going forward. And I think that is one of the best written justifications for why a character is not themselves, because you have that actual establishment, and at least as logical as one can get with, crazy magic stuffs
Yeah.
of why a dark persona came to be, but then
Hmm.
also you can very plainly see the allegory of just trauma and
Yeah,
how that changes
exactly.
a person.
Yep. Like fully with Merrick's backstory. It's just really well done. I know a lot of folks don't like the Orichalcos arc, but I do like some points in it, especially the point where Yami and Yugi get separated and just how upset it makes Atem's character. That's some good development right there, baby. That's some good emotions. Love
Yeah,
it.
and just
Love it.
him going crazy, and
Hmm.
you have the iconic scene of him just draw monster card, and you know, eh, essentially beating Weevil Underwood within an inch of his life, or at least as
Yep.
much as
Mhm.
can be communicated there. Um, that they got pretty intense with that one, and that I didn't enjoy the duels as much.
No,
That
yeah.
the whole Orichalcos thing, uh, it was cool for the first go around, but then the sort of just, all right, opposite side has this inherent buff to all their monsters and basically doesn't have to play by normal rules, and just gets a level up, has big advantage start to end of the duel.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
it was just it wore a bit thin. But the character arcs that you got outside of the duels I thought were very compelling.
Yeah, I feel like it really helped carry me through that season, and the low points was the points of the character development and seeing those side moments besides the duels themselves.
Yeah. And I would call that one a less exquisitely landed evil person being possessed actual goes to friends at end of day
Yeah.
character arc that why am I blanking on his name? Sartorius was the one in GX that had a very similar being possessed arc. Darts, that was it. That's
Darts, yeah.
That his redemption arc, I think, was a bit more hand wavy, or no, it was a lot more hand wavy than Merrick's.
Yeah.
But that all of his subordinates had this really, you know, they had their own tragic backstories of how they wound up on their path and how they became associated with darts and why they felt the need to do the things they do. And obviously, you know, they're still villains. It's pretty black and white that they're in the wrong, but it's still, if not justification, it creates explanation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Been meaning to rewatch Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, because it's been a while since I've seen all of it all the way through, but, you know, all the big parts still stick with me so much, it's just so good.
Yeah.
That's why I have a redeem for it, because I can talk about this forever.
Do you have a favorite card archetype that, regardless of what you liked or didn't like about the character playing those cards, did you have any favorite cards or overall strategy or styles in the show?
In the show, I mean, I really liked Merrick's play style a lot, but archetypes, I didn't get too much into that part. I
suppose those became a bigger thing in GX when there was, like, you know, really explicit name on the card archetypes.
Yeah, like, this is what this is, and this is the thing. It's like, yeah. My favorite archetype right now, because I'm a degenerate, is the Dragon Maids. How can
as
I
someone
resist
who
Dragon Girls?
As someone who hasn't picked up Master Duel, but has just vicariously through people picking it up and streaming, learned about a lot of the new archetypes, that as soon as I saw Dragon Maid, I was like, oh my gosh, like, it wasn't me saying, Yu-Gi-Oh! You're not trying anymore, but it was Yu-Gi-Oh! You're not being subtle anymore. You know really exactly what your audience wants, and you gave it to them. And I kind of respect that, of them just saying, we know what you want, and we're going to give it to you.
Yeah, worked on me. I'm like, oh, I'm sold. Not only that, but it's also a really easy one to play if you have not played Yu-Gi-Oh! For a long time. It's just like all based on summons.
Now that gets into good design where
it's effects and summons. I'm like, easy peasy.
That makes me respect it even more. The fact that they took this aesthetically, what's the phrase I'm looking for?
Pretty dragon girl.
Yeah, they took the aesthetic that they knew was going to be appealing to a lot of people, including those who weren't into the game.
Yes.
And made it a easier to play archetype, because that's smart onboarding of new players, of saying, all right, we're going to make you want to play the game because of this thing, and we're going to make sure that it is something that you can use. That the worst thing you could do there is have Dragon Maids be something that's, you know, super complex and very difficult to operate, because then you're going to get people coming into the game because they like this art and then immediately falling off because, oh gosh, I have no idea what I'm doing, this is too complex. So that's actually really, really smart design by the developers there. So props to them.
Yep. Like I said, it carried me through Master Duel for a while. When I was like actively playing, I'm like, all right, Dragon Maids it is. I know how to play it, so.
Yeah, just for those of you who haven't seen the Dragon Maids in Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's exactly what it sounds like. It is exactly what you expect. And it's done in the signature Yu-Gi-Oh! Just tangential anime art style that follows the rule of cool, and they're cool.
They are cool.
And when I played, like I said, it was never at a high competitive level, but I enjoyed indirect damage. Sometimes referred to as burn style strategies, where you're not winning because your monsters are always attacking and destroying, but I would play, there was a volcanic archetype which just had a bunch of effects where it was deal 500 points of damage to your opponent. and I would play those along with different stall tactics cards. So things that say, you know, big creatures can't attack, high level creatures can't attack, things with very high defense, and just any tactic to make it so that whatever the heck you want to do, that you're not able to kill me effectively, and that I'm just chipping you to death with all this stuff, not even having to attack, and just burning you out that way.
I mean, yeah, that sounds like a fun way to play. If I knew more about how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, I'd probably try out that stuff too.
'Cause in its own way, that was a simple low skill one, that it was just, all right, I play cards that don't let you do your thing, so I'm going to try and not worry about you as much as possible. And I have a lot of things that say do damage, and
Yeah.
just get as many of the damaging things out while keeping myself sort of in a pillow fort.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's still something like that. Like I said, I haven't actually tried to get into Master Duel, but from what I've heard, the economy is actually pretty manageable for people who want to make it free to play. So that's very nice.
Yeah, it's very free to play friendly, like extremely so.
Goodness knows I watch enough people that are playing it regularly. That Poppy has been playing it. Junk is someone who plays a lot, who's been on my show. So maybe I'll eventually get around to installing that one.
Mm-hmm.
Aqua Kai says Yu-Gi-Oh is all about not letting your opponent play at all nowadays, and when it comes to Magic the Gathering, I play a format that's called Draft, and the way that works, to not get too much into all the mechanics of everything, that you don't go into a tournament with a deck, that you have booster packs, and you get a booster pack, you open it, you pick one card out of it and pass it to the next person at the table, and through these picks and passes that you assemble a deck on the spot from cards that you get, and that way everyone is on a relatively level playing field. Everyone has a good amount of variation from one tournament to the next, and things are a inherently lower power level. That usually what you have is called constructed formats, which is what you have in Yu-Gi-Oh! And for most of Magic the Gathering as well, where you have your deck, you prep your deck, and you play your same deck every time, and that's what you do. And most people like that. But like Aqua Kai has said, I found that sometimes certain styles of play just end up being very unfun. And hey, I might be kind of guilty of that as someone who just confessed to saying that they did a burned pillow fort deck. And that's part of why I like Draft. So it'll be interesting to see if I end up picking up Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, and how I will acclimate to the metagame. But even if I don't end up enjoying it, I like seeing people enjoying their games, and it's been very fun to see people fall back in love with Yu-Gi-Oh! Because there's a lot of folks that I've heard saying, oh, I played it back in the day and I'm now having to learn all this new stuff, but it's like finding a long-lost friend, and that's just great.
Yeah, I think it's great too. I'm glad to see the resurgence of Yu-Gi-Oh! Since this game dropped. It's nice.
Mm-hmm. And taking a bit of a turn, that one thing you mentioned to me that you really enjoy is getting into statistics. And for Yu-Gi-Oh!, one thing that sort of interested me is, all right, people have gotten into Yu-Gi-Oh!, but they haven't gotten into Magic the Gathering. And I sort of expected that to be something that people would like, that it seems like a pretty standard nerdy fair type of thing. They actually just had their most recent set was their Japanese-inspired cyberpunk set, basically. Ooh. And I was like, if anything is going to get the VTuber community, it has to be this set, because there's alternate art anime cards. It's coming on the heels of Yu-Gi-Oh! So people are in a TCG mood right now. And I was, fingers crossed, I was like, come on, I want to see some more Magic the Gathering content, because that's what I watched mostly on Twitch before I got into VTubing.
Oh, really?
And sadly, my wishes were not heard, that I have not seen anybody pick up Magic the Gathering, that it has been Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's fine. Like I said, glad people enjoy that, and I'll still watch it. But I find it interesting that one didn't take off, and I've wondered, like maybe card games don't perform as well, or different things. And I don't get into numbers at all, because I run this show as a once-a-week passion project. A lot of the things about VTuber Talk by design is detrimental to channel health by all conventions. I don't have a Discord. I don't stream regularly. Everything I do is a collab. I don't have any actual avatar for myself beyond my logo. And I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make VTuber Talk a livelihood. My channel is not monetized by choice, but naturally statistics are a very big thing that I see discussed. But I can't say that I'm aware or have any firsthand knowledge of it, because I will check my viewer numbers and be like, oh, that's cool, a bunch of people tuned in, or oh, not as many people tuned in this week, whatever. I don't do any engineering or planning for my statistics. I invite people that I want on, I schedule when they say they're available, and there's any number of factors for what a show's viewership might be, and it's so inconsistent, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But I think it's very cool when people are able to have a healthy relationship with their numbers and, you know, really get into the weeds and have smart methodologies. And you've said that that's something that you are able to have, that healthy relationship, and that you really enjoy doing that type of planning and analysis. So for you, how do you approach numbers, and how do you keep that positive relationship with them?
Well, so, I mean, from the start, I found my passion for streaming like instantly. I've wanted to stream for a very long time, since I was like in high school. I've had my friends say like, oh, it'd be fun to watch you play video games. I tried to like get into like Let's Plays and stuff. Didn't pop off. I didn't like pre-recorded stuff. So while I was streaming for the first like half of the year, I was working at my awful daytime job that I hated so very much. I worked at a pharmacy for 5 years, and it was horrible, as you can imagine, with COVID and whatnot. And I really wanted to get out of it. So I did go into streaming with the idea of like, I'd like to see if I can make money from this. So trying to grow was one of my like a goal, you know. I wasn't just in it for the numbers, but the numbers are an important part. I can recognize that.
Yeah, that you set out with it as a goal, not saying, all right, you know, you're not dropping everything saying, I'm going just all in from the start, but you still approach this with the cognizant intent of, I would like to see if I can make this into something viable.
Yeah, like even when I quit my job back in May of last year, I made sure I had enough money saved that I could survive off of my, like, you know, savings for a very long time if I had to, if I did not make money through streaming or commissions. So I was being smart about it, but again, the goal was still to see if I can grow my channel. And I mean, it's very hard when you first start out and your numbers are like, you know, really low and you see dips or highs and lows. But again, I came from being an artist online, where I was trying to get my art noticed and trying to market myself to people in different fandoms, and I ran like a pretty successful art blog back in college that did really well for numbers, had like 5K followers on that blog, so I knew a bit on like what people like. I check my stats after every stream. I still do now, of course, to see like if that day worked and what times were high numbers and were low numbers. I can't really explain how I have like the healthy relationship with numbers, because for a while it was very hard when I was like stuck in what felt like a plateau of the same numbers every stream. A lot of it is feedback from my community too. I had a community survey a couple months back where I asked, all right, what days do you want to see? What times do you like? What games do you like? What do you want to see more of? And I got like 30 responses. And I kind of expected the response I got, which is like, we like late night streams. I'm like, great. I wasn't going to change it anyway. I like stream at nighttime. But I also use a website called Twitch Stats, which tracks your daily stats on Twitch. It shows like your best days, your low days, what games are working, you know, what times, and your general growth as a streamer. But what I found too, with being a streamer who wants to try and grow, is you have to find the balance between like what to stream. like what game you're going to enjoy that's also good for streaming.
Yeah,
Because like,
that's a
yeah,
balance I hear a lot of people talk about. Also, Jester
yeah,
Evan and Bait the Bear, thank you for the follows. Speaking of things that I do that are once again counterintuitive, that I don't thank people for following, as is indicated by me accidentally letting it slip for an hour or two in some cases. That I try to be cognizant, and sometimes, when there's a break in conversation, get it, but
yeah. It's hard to sometimes,
but
you miss it.
yeah, but in your case, wrapping back, that I hear a lot of people talking about game selection as one of the biggest things, because it is just an inherently big factor of what game are you
Mhm.
playing, because that's going to be the category you appear in, but also uh, it. A lot of people will tune in or not tune in based on
Yes.
a game, except for their top streamers. That there's gonna be some portion of any streamer's audience that they are there for that streamer because they like that streamer, they like their vibe, their personality, and they're gonna tune into any stream that they can get, any game, provided that their schedule allows it. But
Yeah.
when it comes to growth, and especially early on, and when you are growing as a channel, your game choice is very important, because it's where are you sourcing your community from, in the sense of like the types of people that are going to come in, what type of content are they going to at least initially associate with you, what will they come to expect if you have a certain level of consistency or inconsistency, and
Yep.
deciding something that, like you said, will perform well while still being something that you as a streamer are going to have fun with, because the worst thing you can do is select something for numbers that you don't enjoy, because that's the easiest way to get burnout in a hurry.
Exactly. Now that's also why, and this is just a personal thing for me, but I will explain why. I don't stream new releases or overly hyped games. I refuse to stream them. I did not plan to stream Elden Ring because I knew everyone's playing it. People are avoiding spoilers and like all that stuff. So I knew it'd be bad, because playing the overhyped, oversaturated games on Twitch is not good unless you are already a very established streamer.
Because
So I was
it's
like,
high
I'm not playing it.
competition
Yeah.
and low visibility.
Yeah, unless you're bringing something fresh to that game, like something wacky and new, it's buried in the sea of people who have the thousands of viewers who are already big name people, or even like people who have the hundreds of viewers,
Yeah. On the other
Even
hand,
then, yeah.
actively avoiding it is actually the numerically smart play, because you're the standout at that point, because if half of my follows are playing Elden Ring, and either I'm someone who's trying to avoid spoilers, or if I'm not someone who enjoys watching that type of game, or if I've simply had my fill of Elden Ring because I've watched 3 other Elden Ring streams today and I want to see something different, that, oh, Miss Jackie's not streaming Elden Ring, she's doing something else, that becomes inherently appealing.
Yes, exactly. So, and I've also like dropped games from my stream because they weren't doing well, and that's okay. I'm not pressed about not playing certain stuff. Like I played Hades a couple times, and those never did well. And I was like, okay, so I just don't stream Hades, because those always perform super low. I don't know why. Some games just don't vibe with your community, and that's cool. That's all about why it's important to find the balance. Is, some games just don't hit well. Either you're like not performing your best when you're streaming them, or whatever it could be. So I also tried to stream Psychonauts 2 when it first came out. Oh god, that was a mistake. Because like again, everyone was playing Psychonauts 2, and my computer couldn't even barely run it. So I was like, all right, low numbers. My stream can't handle this big chunky game, so I'm gonna nix it.
At
I
least it
played on
was
my
an
own
easy
time.
drop at that point.
Yeah, easy drop. Sometimes it's easy to just drop a thing midway through. No shame in that. If it's not doing well, and you're not, and you are trying to consider what your chat enjoys and what you enjoy and what's good for numbers, it's okay to just drop things.
Are there any things that you didn't expect to have good numbers that just overperformed?
GeoGuessr. Again, I told you, GeoGuessr, I thought I would be so bad because I know nothing about geography, or whatever, geography, location stuff. I thought I was going to flop so hard. I was not ready for people to enjoy watching me play GeoGuessr. I had not expected it in the slightest. It was so out of the left field from what I usually play on stream. And I was like, oh, it's gonna be like a just chat and stream, like, oh, whatever. But it's now very highly requested whenever I do polls for what to stream that day. It always wins. Always.
That's always fun when you're able to stumble across something unexpected, and especially when it's something that you obviously enjoy yourself.
Yeah, it's good. And what I can like say now is, since I've gotten a bigger community, I can play things I usually wouldn't because they did lower numbers, and people stay and enjoy. So I've got more eyes on me, which I'm very thankful for, and not everyone has that.
Yeah,
So like,
you've sort of crossed that threshold of
yeah,
where you are at that point, like I mentioned, that you have people that are just tuning in for you, and that the proportion of people that are tuning in for you versus tuning in for a game is high enough that you are afforded that type of flexibility that lower streamers who have lower numbers and are trying actively to grow don't necessarily have that luxury.
Yeah, like even Majora's Mask randomized, it was doing not crazy low, but like lower, right? Like stopped doing it for a bit, and I was like, okay, I can take a breather on this one and come back to it later. But now that I've got a bigger community, people really enjoy it, and I'm glad, because I did kind of miss playing it a lot on stream. But getting back onto numbers talk, like I talk about numbers a lot because I want people to realize it's okay to talk about it, because some people think it's so taboo to like talk about your viewer count or your averages or
and obviously don't go to Miss Jackie's channel and tell her how many viewers she has at a given time.
Please don't do that.
She checks
I hate that.
after the fact. She has a good relationship with her numbers, but as per usual, the cultural faux pas of don't tell a streamer how many people are watching them still exists.
I actually have my view count on when I stream. I'm one of those people who have it on. But again, I still don't appreciate people who, like, I think someone yesterday told me my view count. I'm like, yeah, I know. Also, like, you don't gotta bring it up. I'm aware, but even if I wasn't aware, please, it's just like a weird thing. Just don't do that to a streamer.
No.
If you don't know how they feel about numbers, it can make them either maybe potentially upset, depending. But like, I want to help other people who want to know more about the numbers and stats, and like help and give them advice on like how to help their streams too. Is like one thing I want to offer more to my friends and stuff. It's like, how do you market yourself better, or like what's not working, or like what can we improve on? For me, it's just been like a lot of hard work. I mean, ChatCat is why ChatCat's why I've got a partner now. Why I've got bigger numbers.
Actually, Advanced Warlord in the chat mentions that many people follow you because you had a TikTok with ChatCat, and that wound up doing very well on TikTok, and a lot of people found you through that.
Yeah. That was a very much overnight thing. Like, when I made ChatCat, I thought, oh, this will be a funny, because my big thing I want to do with my streams is viewer interaction. I want that to be the focus. It's like, I want people to be able to come to my stream and interact with me as a streamer, like with all the sound alerts and the redeems you can do, like, and ChatCat too. I thought that would do well, but I went to bed that night after making one TikTok, and I woke up and suddenly it exploded overnight, literally overnight.
Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you're in the right place at the right time with the right content in your post, and goodness knows it. TikTok has been transformative, I think, for streamers as a whole, not just VTubers, but I know several people who have had TikTok spikes. Some people have not liked their TikTok spikes, in that just, whatever it was that their TikTok presented might not have been the average representation of their content. And that folks who jived with that TikTok didn't inherently jive with their community. And sometimes, like Advanced Warlord said, come for ChatCat, stay for the wholesome and kind environment, that sometimes, even if it's not what people were necessarily expecting or walked in the door for, that they still wound up vibing and fitting in well. And sometimes you have that perfect confluence of events where the type of thing that went viral on TikTok was exactly what you can expect from the streamer, and that it just works out really nicely that way. I have made a Vtuber Talk TikTok account just to make sure I have the name. And I've told myself for a time, all right, I'm gonna eventually start chopping up interviews and getting good moments and putting them on TikTok. I'm not sure if that's ever actually going to happen. Just I have a lot of stuff that I do outside of this show, and the reason that I have this as a low production value once a week thing is because I have all these other things that I like doing, and I don't know if I have the time or just drive to put those together. That's one of those things. Like I said, a lot of what I do is completely counterintuitive. Don't do as I say or do, folks. If you want to grow your channel, it won't do well. Do and say what people like Jackie do.
Yeah, I mean, I was really worried. I still kind of am sometimes about the whole like blowing up on TikTok. I was worried that people would just like want just the one thing on my channel, which is Chat Cat. But again, I want to stress how thankful I am and how I recognize that blowing up is not a lot of people get to do this.
You have a healthy relationship with numbers and with Chat Cat.
Yeah, I'm glad that people come for the boy and stay for the environment, because basically what I did and how I made sure the traction stayed when I blew up was I had OBS open on the Sunday after I blew up on TikTok, and I was like, I'm getting a lot of follows offline, so I knew people were on my channel right now, so I just went live. I was all right, we're going live, and I tried to feed it off with the people coming in to welcome in the new people and kind of ride that sudden wave of traction to my Twitch channel.
One thing I will say that we didn't even cover it earlier when we were talking about the mere concept of Chat Cat is the folks in your chat have the most in-depth knowledge of TTS that I have ever seen, and it's not close. That they know how to use these different just HTML commands for how to manipulate the voice, the frequency, the speed. They can create these uncanny sound effects using Chat Cat on top of just, using as intended.
Yeah, it's.
Were you even aware of the functionality that Chat Cat had before they started doing it, or was it something that you just saw someone starting to use caret brackets and unusual words that didn't actually get read when the output was generated?
So, I found out about it because I use it through a bot called BIGBAND, which is how Chat Cat works, which is a Twitch bot you can use for my redeems and rewards and stuff. So when you use the TTS option in BIGBAND, it gives you a little drop-down saying, do you want to use SSML? I'm like, what's this? It's a hyperlink to a website that shows all the code you can do with TTS through, like, BIGBAND. Not just through BIGBAND, but through the certain program it uses for TTS. It's a website of all these like effects and the proper coding for it. I found that to be really hard to get through, so I made my own guide, and it's a command in my chat you can do to look at all the commands and how to do funny TTS stuff. So I know I gave my chat the power, and they just have done more than I could ever do with TTS. I didn't know about any of this stuff. Like the combos with like the whispering and the slowing down to make Chat Cat be creepy. It's very impressive how people have taken the tools given to me from BIGBAND and SSML and making it even more bizarre.
Yeah, sometimes I'll have your stream just on in the background, and I'll be, playing a game or multitasking, doing other work, and I'll hear like a printer type of noise, and I have to sort of do a double take and just mentally register, oh, it's Chat Cat.
Yeah. A lot of the funny things happen from the actual developer of BIGBAND, Keyta. He does, come into my streams often, and he will just like use it to flex on us with his TTS skills.
That's so cool! I never realized that they were actually the developer.
Yeah.
That's very fun, just to seeing God descend into flex with their own creation like that.
Yeah, like I think he showed off the language code he can do, where he can make Chat Cat speak in different languages. And he made it sing Baka Mitai from Yakuza in perfect Japanese. I was like, oh my god, that's so cool.
Well, we have officially confirmed that the developer is indeed a weeb.
Yeah. And I'm also thankful for that, as like, since Chat Cat did blow up, and it was the first one of its kind. As far as the TTS mascots, it did bring in a lot of eyes onto BIGBAND itself as a program, and I'm very glad because the developer deserves all the love for this incredible thing he's made for streamers. It's a really, really good program. So I'm
I
glad
never
it
even
brought in
thought
a lot
about
of
it from
people.
that angle, but of course, that you have this tool, and that, like I mentioned, there's a lot of people that use TTS, but not everybody has the ability to do these types of manipulations. So for the
Yep.
developer, that if you were one of the first people on TikTok to blow up with a clip of their program, that of course it would stand to benefit them, and that they would be able to see that increase in traffic on their own bot because of it. So that's super cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm most happy about is that it brought in a bunch of people to the BKBot Discord. Because when you join the Discord, they ask you how you found the bot. For a while, I just kept getting pings and oh, I found Miss Jackie's TikTok or streams. It's yeah, it's good.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if there's going to be updates. That obviously you're not the developer, so you can't answer those questions. But whenever programmers, or usually, I suppose I should say, when programmers end up getting more traffic like that, that they get a lot more people asking for requests or suggesting things that would be cool to have, or just frankly breaking the thing. That the more users you have on anything, you're just getting hours and hours of QA testing that is going to be more than any given developer can do on their own program. So I'd be curious to know how it's changed their own approach and just sort of relationship with BIGBAND itself and its development.
One thing I did see from BIGBAND or BIGBAND was I try to keep the development, I follow it, but the Discord's a lot now. It's a lot bigger because of all this. But I know they recognize that a lot of VTubers are coming into BIGBAND now because of the TTS thing, blowing up, and me being a VTuber. So I think they were talking about trying to add integration with VTube Studio and stuff into BIGBAND. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah.
That'd be fun. That'd be very fun.
Yeah.
Is there any tool or functionality that, like you said, you really enjoy having things for interaction? I think that's honestly one of the best things that any given streamer can do is interactions, whether it be just, shouting at people in chat or having more explicit tools like you have. Is there anything that either exists and you haven't added yet but want to, or something that doesn't exist and you're like, I think it'd be awesome if someone developed a blank?
There was a thing I wanted to work on before I got a bigger community. I don't think it'd work right now. I don't know. I was trying to develop this idea for my stream where I have the order command where people can order a drink on my stream and a pop-up happens on an OBS. What I wanted to do was make a new starting soon screen where it's me holding a tray and people can in chat order a drink and it would fall down from the screen like a mini game. It would fall down, it'd be their name on the cup, and I would catch everyone's drinks as it falls down from the ceiling. I wanted to make that a thing so bad I could not figure out how to do it properly.
That's
it was
interesting.
Yeah, it was a little mini game I wanted to play, or chat could order their drinks, and it would send down a drink on top of the screen. I would go chase it and grab it as my character. A little mini game moment.
That's interesting because in theory, as someone who has a very rudimentary knowledge of code and little else, that the different components for that concept, if I'm understanding it correctly, already exist because we already have something where a user's name can appear on screen. That's just a chat box.
Yeah.
That's normal. We already have chat commands where person inputs command, action animation happens on screen.
Yeah.
But I can't think of anything that has combined the two to where a user inputs command and the reaction happens on screen with their name attached to whatever was activated.
Yeah, it feels a lot like I have I'm right there, on the cusp of figuring out how it works. But that was before I have I go live and I have like, 70 people hanging out in chat. So like I thought it'd be a fun like thing when I was a bit smaller, but now I'd factor in like it'd be a lot of people at the same time hitting
and
the
then
same
there's
command,
obviously
and all
the
those
question
names
of
happening on yeah.
of
So
overloading a bot and what's the cooldown or what
exactly.
happens. Is it going to crash the thing if it gets too many inputs simultaneously?
Yeah, like I already have not an issue, but like what I've had to do since like going from before I did the checkout thing, I averaged like 40 to 50 viewers per stream, which is, I think is really good. That's good numbers for any streamer. It's awesome. But I had all these, redeems and sound alerts and bits and stuff, and then I got double that number of people in my chat, even more so. I had to tone back a lot of things. I had to add cooldowns to all my sound alerts, all my commands, because they got spammed so much because I had more people just like hanging out. So I had to like factor that into all my stuff. Like I can't have people spamming fart reverb every 2 seconds.
We'll let Garfield know that that we have a visitor, but he doesn't need to be informed that Normal is visiting more than once a minute.
Yeah, so I had to like actually like revamp my stuff and be like, all right, I gotta tone it all down for the crowd of folks coming in, which is great. Again, I'm very happy that I have this community
It's a
who's
good problem
eager
to
use
have.
stuff. It's a good problem to have, exactly. But it did take a bit of work, and I'm still toning back certain stuff. Because I added a new command right before all this, where people can like type in the word cat breed, and it'll give them a randomized like breed of cat that they are. It's like, oh, this user is a Persian, or this person is a Scottish Fold. But now I had to pull it back because my whole chat was just that forever. I was like, all right, let's talk about my stream, please, and not just what cat you are.
Yeah.
So,
Like, that can be something that maybe I don't think there's a way to actively toggle cooldowns based on scene, that you would have to probably just do it manually and change it live.
Well, thankfully,
but that feels like something that you could do.
Cooldowns for commands and stuff. So I can't have those, thankfully.
Yeah, because I feel like you could do that and have it just run rampant on your starting soon screen. But once you're actually, live and everything, that then you don't want that. And pardon me. Terribly sorry about that. Anyways, where were we? So yeah, are there any things that you would want to develop yourself, that you would like to see developed? That you mentioned the concept of something that can have both the username and a command attached. Were there any other concepts that you had, or things that you see others doing that it's not something that is widely available, and like, ooh, I'd love to see that become a more widely used piece of tech?
Gee, let me think. I don't really know. Like, I mean, I have a lot of friends who do a lot of really unique things with their streams. That I think is cool, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I would like want to see more of, or like, do myself. I'm always trying to think of ways to improve add more to my streams. Actually, I was thinking about changing the entire like Garfield visitor thing, because it's so much noise all the time. Now, I want to like make it like a randomized animation of like a person popping into the screen, like a little cat, like waving their paws and like slipping out, instead of like hearing people say hi, over and over again. I'm trying to think of ways to pull back on the spam, but also keep it in a good. Because actually, the order command I had, the pouring the coffee thing, or like people can order drinks, used to have sound to it, but now it's used a lot. I had to take the sound away. It was so much noise all the time.
Yeah, finding that balance.
Yeah, it had a randomized one where you can order bees, and it would do the not the bees.
Oh God, not the bees.
Yeah, hearing that like 50 times in one stream, I was like, all right.
Yeah, it gets a bit old.
Taking that away now.
There's something about the H.H. Gregg song that you can hear a bunch, and that it just slips under that line of overstaying its welcome, but other things very quickly overstay their welcome.
Oh yes, indeed. But I also have like my headphones have a volume. I can just turn it down myself. I'm actually very sound sensitive. I don't I can't take loud noises or like constant noise. So if my stream gets too loud, I can make it quiet for me, but still have it like enough like loud for everybody else. Only I can like turn my volume down for my own sanity. So
I'm glad you have that for sure, because your channel can get very
chaotic.
Noisy and chaotic at times.
Yeah.
But at other times it's just, the chillest vibes on Twitch, and that mood ebbs and flows, and that's one of the things that I actually really enjoy, because I enjoy both styles. And
I do too. Yeah.
Usually people tend towards one or the other, but you do get a mix there. That the default is the more chill environment, but goodness knows that chat is a bunch of troublemakers. But at the same time, you've enabled them and you allow them to do that. That you can revoke those permissions at any time, and I have no doubt that you would if you felt the need to do so. But I think chat makes a very good co-host to you.
Yeah, I mean that's why I made Chat Cat a small menacing kitten, because that's how I view my community. As like this kitten next to me that I cannot control. I mean, I can control it. I have a mute button for Chat Cat. If someone like comes in to spam stuff, I can just turn it off. But I enable them, but it's a nice give and take, I think. I try. I think I work very hard to make my community happy, but also trying to keep my own boundaries and rules. With like, hey, don't do that. Stop.
For sure, yes. And that's, like I said, part of the fun of it, of just Chat Cat is this entire character, this co-host effectively to you, and that a lot of people have TTS.
Yes.
But the fact that yours has become like just a character unto itself is something that almost surprisingly isn't as common as I would expect.
I mean, yeah, a lot of this is like where it's because when the TTS mascot thing, like for Chat Cat, popped off, a lot of people were doing it too, which is great. But I do think it takes a certain type of community and streamer to make it work properly. Because I've seen some folks whose TTS mascot is just used for people to spam like copy pasta or jokes, and it doesn't work really well. It needs to be like a nice, you have to have that thing with your community where they're going to take this funny hee-hoo button and use it right, and not just like annoy the streamer, bully the streamer, or spam the streamer with noise. I've seen it not work, and I feel bad, but TTS is a very powerful thing to give people, even for just like bits and alerts.
Yeah, but for one reason or another, your community has found that balance. And it's a rare thing.
It's
absolutely a rare thing. Well, we've actually now been at this for just about 3.5 hours. I realize that I usually make a point of telling my guests or asking my guests before we go live, hey, is there a time that you need to be done? If memory serves, when we spoke last week, you were like, we can probably just roll, and that there wasn't anything pressing. And hopefully I haven't gone beyond what you expected, because I've been having a blast.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. I have nothing to do. I'm just going to work on commissions afterwards, so you are totally fine. I can go for as long as this needs to be. I'm really enjoying my time here, so
I've been enjoying as well, but at the same time, I do want to make sure I'm not taking too much of your time. So, I guess a couple last questions. One, do you have anything for people who want to have a better relationship with their numbers? Do you have a number one tip of either how to interact with your numbers, or just like what is one perhaps unintuitive stat that you look at that you found useful?
Let me actually open up my dashboard to look at it. I find this one to be very helpful. Let me find it. If you go to your like stream summary on Twitch after each stream, it shows you a graph of like when your numbers like go up, when they go down. I think that's a very good thing to look at. It shows like at what point do your numbers peak and what times do they go a bit more low. And you can use that to figure out what times are working best for you and what times aren't. It really helped me figure out a time to start my streams. I personally am a very, I don't know the word for it, but I start my stream at the same time every week. And every day is the same. I like to stream Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sundays at 10 p.m. I go live at 9:55 every time on the dot. It took a long time to get that and figure out what times and days work best. I would try to do it in 6 p.m. That didn't work, or really early. That didn't work at all. Finding the time that works best for you and for your numbers is really hard, unfortunately. You have a community that would respond to feedback or questions. It's important to ask what they want to. What days do you like to watch streams? What time works best for you? And try to find a good balance. It's not easy at all. I would like some days to stream earlier, but I know it wouldn't work. I'm lucky not to be a night owl, so 10 p.m. till 2 is okay for me. I sleep till noon and 2 p.m. every day anyway.
Hey, if it works, it works. And
it works.
One of the other benefits there means that as people end their streams, that you become a potential raid target, and especially as it gets later, that, like you mentioned, most of your audience is in the U.S. and U.S. time zones. Mm-hmm. So as it gets later and the number of streamers in the region taper off, that you become, just statistically speaking, a likelier target.
Yeah.
For tonight, that, like you mentioned, you usually start either at 10 p.m. Eastern or sometimes at 8 p.m. Eastern, and we went for the 8 p.m. one this time, because I think that's when you started most of your streams last week as well, but you always aim for, it's one of those 2 time slots, and that it doesn't vary that much, that it's,
it really doesn't.
In that 2-hour span, so that's still a very narrow band.
Yeah, I only ever start earlier if I'm just dying to stream that day. That's the reason why. Since I had no internet for 2.5 days, I was like, I want to stream right now. So I decided to go at 9 yesterday versus 10, which was a set day or set time before. But I'm often just too eager to go live that I want to do it earlier. So I'll just hit live at. I know 8 to 10 is a good time to start regardless. So if I'm in the between there, it's still good for me.
Yeah. Are there any games that you haven't played that are high up on that list of titles you need to get to and that you want to experience them streaming?
It's Dark Souls 3. I've heard so many good things about that game, and I'm dying to play it, but I want to make sure I do 2 first. But I've had my eyes on playing Dark Souls 3 on stream and experience it completely blind, mind you. I know nothing about the game at all. On stream with my community and stuff, I'm so hyped for that. Hopefully in the next 2 months or so I can get around to it.
Mm-hmm. So you've just finished, well, I suppose I should say you are in progress still technically for your big subathon that you, like you mentioned, you're going to be eventually delivering on that stream where you explain what a battle cat is. Are there any other reward streams that people have to look forward to?
Yeah, I have to do. We redeemed Garfield ASMR stream where I just read Garfield comics in ASMR voice for God knows how long.
So how are you going to have the comics up on screen so people can see it, or are you going to be narrating them from screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna narrate them. I don't know if I would get in trouble for putting Garfield comics on stream. I'm not gonna risk it. So I want to have a really full setup, a really fancy setup for this silly little stream. But I plan to just narrate the comics and explain in too much detail why it's funny, the over explain the joke kind of bit where it's see, it's funny because Garfield said this, but actually this. It's gonna be a whole ridiculous 3-hour bit.
And I assume you'll be using the Garfield model for that stream.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my 3D one with the hand tracking and everything, and all that good stuff. One of the other ones that got redeemed is it was called the Chat Cat Takeover stream, which is going to be a stream where Chat is the streamer and I'm the one next to him instead. We just swap roles.
So how will that operate?
I don't know, and I also I have some ideas, but I want to be mostly a surprise. So
that's fair. That's very fair.
Yeah. I mean, I do, I'm gonna share with my subs, because, I try to give my Twitch subs, some extra stuff for being a subscriber. So I do have like a private channel in my server where I like give them like sneak peeks of things and like behind the scenes looks at future content. So I will be hosting some stuff there, which I'm sure a lot of folks will see because we have like a lot of subs now from the subathon. So I'll try and post some goodies soon, once I figure out the technical aspects of the Chat Cat Takeover stream.
There you go, folks. Be sure to join the Discord server. Been making sure to get a couple shout outs. So if you go to Jackie's channel, that there is the Discord link there. I don't have anything built in to do that specific one, but that's something that I enjoy doing. That when I prepare to invite someone on the show, that if they have a Discord server, I usually like to pop in, because one, that's usually how I'm able to get in touch with them, just via Discord. But also it's fun sort of seeing their space like that and seeing their community in its natural habitat, as it were.
Yeah.
And it is very fun because just the consistency of chat and how they behave in stream versus on Discord is very consistent just across most people that I've seen. It's very fun to see. People find each other and just sort of start vibing, and to be able to actually create friendships that even when the streamer isn't around, because usually people will attract people with similarities.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Advanced Warlord. Just as a preventative measure, I don't have the Discord, or I don't have links allowed with auto mod. So
it's always a good thing to have. Yeah.
Just definitely better safe than sorry. But like I mentioned, just check out Miss Jackie's channel, and the link will be there. And it's a very comfy, cozy server, to be sure. And like she's been saying, there is a lot of fun things in the works, so you'll definitely want to check that out. When it comes to GeoGuessr, do you have any favorite instances of either you nailed it and got within 100 feet or something really quickly, or a favorite memory of recognizing something and instantly being able to connect the dots and realize I know where I am without chat's help?
Yeah, I've actually gotten places that I have been to before, and I've always been super excited. Like I said, I don't make it. I live in Ohio, not a secret. And I've been around the state of enough, and we've landed in some place. I'm like, oh my god, we're in Ohio. I know right away. Like, we literally landed in front of a Cleveland clinic. I'm like, oh my god, Cleveland. I know where we are. Like, I am always so hyped when I'm like, I know this place exactly. So that's always fun. I can recognize my own state most of the time. We've had a couple of fun events. I have gotten spot on, guesses before, just from finding out what city we're in, what street name, and the exact spot on the map, which is very impressive and always a fun time. Also, the most notable moment in GeoGuessr was when we found a storefront with a giant Garfield logo on it. That was really fun.
It's literally and figuratively a sign.
Yeah.
All comes back to Garfield. I'm still proud that I found that thing with Wally Wingert.
I know.
You never know when things are going to pop up, and especially when it comes to voice acting like that, because goodness knows, just commercial advertising pays a lot better than animation VO.
Yeah.
Are there any... Actually, rephrased. What is the next thing that you plan to rewatch? That we discussed a good number of movies and series that you enjoy rewatching. Do you know consciously what's next in the queue for you, or is it more of an impulsive thing?
I'm actually currently rewatching another show I watch all the time. I'm rewatching Orange is the New Black, which is like that Netflix show about prison, like a women's prison and stuff. Yeah, I have a really weird thing with that show where I have issues with it, a lot of issues, but I can't stop watching it. It's got enough good parts where I'm like, yeah, I'll watch this again for the third time. So I'm currently going through that again. It's again just good background noise to put on while I'm working. I find sometimes that music is distracting, or watching a stream at full volume is distracting, so TV shows I can just kind of put on and drown out the noise. Yeah, so that's my current rewatch. I just finished rewatching Breaking Bad not too long ago.
And that's a long one because that one has it's 8
It's a
seasons,
long
and
one.
those are 45-minute episodes. Death Note
Yep.
is nice and tame at 37,
Yeah.
23-ish minute episodes. That's not so bad, but Breaking Bad, I think by the time all is said and done, that's near 100 episodes. That's
Yeah.
it's probably more than
It's a
100
big
episodes.
one. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, when I watch Breaking Bad, I do skip through like certain episodes or like things I don't want to like, just like things I find to be the more boring parts.
Do you
I'm like,
have
I gotta skip
any
this one.
do you have any episodes or arcs that you find yourself regularly skipping, and are there any that you consistently find yourself paying more attention to?
I usually actually skip a lot of season 1 because in like most shows, it starts off kind of weak, not too much, but I usually skip episode 1 or 2 and get to the more when it picks up its speed.
Mm-hmm.
Like watching Jesse and Walt try to like meet up. I'm like, oh my god, please, just skip to that. I really enjoy the arc where it's Jesse and his girlfriend Jane. I like that whole bit. It's a really good season. Season 3 is really strong for me. Any part where there's Gus, I'm immediately going to be hooked on.
Yeah, like I said, that's me. That I'm here for Gus first and foremost, and it's been. I feel like that was a pretty big breakout role for Giancarlo Esposito. The one thing I fear for him is that it seems he's been a bit pigeonholed into villainous roles. And to be fair, in Hollywood, if you can become a character actor, a typecast actor, that means you're getting bookings. That means you're getting cast. So can't complain too much. But I would like to see him, as much as I love him as a villain, that he was a villain in Mandalorian. He's the villain in the new Far Cry game. I'd like to see him do a less villainous role, or heck, I'd like to see him do Shakespeare. I think he'd do really fun stuff with Shakespeare.
Yeah, I think that'd be really cool to see.
That's what I mentioned when talking about Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson and The Lighthouse, that I just like good acting. That some of my favorite films, I like ones, surprise, surprise, the talk show host likes movies with talking. I really like things by Quentin Tarantino. Inglourious Bastards is one of my all-time favorites. Just some of the best high-intensity, simmering dialogue of it's a lot of quiet conversations with incredible stress and intensity. That it's not a feel-good movie or a happy movie, but I would say that is it's a happy ending movie, certainly. It's bombastic, shall we say. For those who haven't seen it, go watch Inglourious Bastards. It's a lot of fun. it's a lot of fun, and things like The Hateful Eight, The Social Network is another one I really like. Just
that's a good
that
one.
Type of talking and good acting throughout. And I always like the concept of seeing those types of actors do Shakespeare. That there haven't been any high-profile ones recently, but there's the old Leonardo DiCaprio Romeo and Juliet, and in some ways people could argue that helped put him on the map because it's so old at this point, which is weird to think. But I'm hoping that we start to see a couple, either Shakespeare or one of the other ones that I like is Kenneth Branagh has done 2 Agatha Christie remakes. That he did Murder on the Orient Express in 2017, and Death on the Nile was just released this year after being scheduled for initial release in 2020, but perpetually delayed. That if you like mystery stuff, that Agatha Christie, one of the biggest names outside of Arthur Conan Doyle, and that it is just star-studded cast both times. Willem Dafoe is actually in Murder on the Orient Express. So that's fun. Definitely recommend that if you like your mysteries. But that's the type of stuff I end up going for. And Giancarlo Esposito is that type of actor.
Yeah,
at least
I agree.
That's how I view him. That he is that dialogue intense actor.
Yeah, I think that'd be a really, really good thing to see. Some different roles from him. besides just the villain. And he does it well, of course, obviously, but he's got that. He's just good. I like him a lot. He does a good job.
Yeah, a lot of those scenes have become iconic for a reason. And as I was, sorry for me going on my own sort of tangent. I was like,
no, it's good. I like hearing it.
Jackie's told me all about her favorite movies. I'll at least, chip in, talk about the ones that I go to.
I like to hear people's favorite movies. It's like one of my favorite things to learn about someone. I have a big passion for film, so I tend to ask people, like, what do you like? What's your favorite movie?
And
that's good.
I don't think I could even point to one, because like I said, I don't rewatch a ton of things. That a lot of the ones I just listed are the few that I own a physical copy of and rewatch maybe once a year, maybe twice a year, and that is an incredible amount for me. That I like watching new things a lot, and something has to be super special for me to revisit it. But those are the ones that I find myself, even if relatively infrequently, that I do go back to. Are there any films that are particularly new that you want to draw people's attention to, or one that you're really looking forward to that is upcoming?
Not really. I mean, I was kind of behind, but I just recently finally watched Knives Out. That was amazing.
Oh yeah, and that if you
was a
like
good one.
Knives Out, you're going to like Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile.
Good.
I see Knives Out as the modern day coming of Hercule Poirot, who is the protagonist detective in Agatha Christie's novels. That I don't compare him. Well, Sherlock is naturally the biggest name in detectives and probably always will be. That Benoit Blanc, in terms of personality and mannerisms, is a far cry from Sherlock Holmes. That just Sherlock Holmes is abrasive by nature, does not like people, whereas Benoit Blanc, he has his eccentricities, to be sure, but he, at least the vibe that I got from the one film that we have seen him in, is that he is personable and that he is good at understanding people. And that's, to avoid spoilers, one of the things that is a central part of his analysis in deduction in Knives Out, is that he determines somebody to be a good person. And that is something that Sherlock Holmes, in my opinion, could never do.
Yeah, I was so mind blown by how that movie. I love a good mystery.
Yeah, that one's really good, and I know they're developing sequels to it, and I would be perfectly fine. Like, if we got Daniel Craig as Benoit Blanc with that absurd deep southern drawl, give me one of those good, just give me a mystery movie with Benoit Blanc. You can have a different cast for the rest of it, but one film every 3 years, I could do that for a good long time.
Yeah.
And, they don't need to drive it into the ground, but I would love to see something like a modern day Sherlock or Poirot, at least in the sense of, a detective serial that is in the longer film form. That you see them a lot, or at least we did see them a lot in, broadcast TV, that there was Psych and Monk, and that you would get sort of things of the week, and those were nice. And at the end of the day, I would say that's probably actually a better analogy to Sherlock Holmes, that they were short stories for the most part.
Yeah, the short stories. Yeah.
But I would love to see longer form detective pieces like that, and especially with an original character like this, because don't get me wrong, Poirot and Holmes are iconic for a reason. They're very good, but I don't feel like there has been a modern day detective who has really transcended public consciousness and been one that I said, I think people 100 years from now will be revisiting this detective stories when they become public domain.
Yeah, I agree. It'd be nice to see something like that come about.
Yeah. And whether that's Benoit Blanc or another character that has yet to be created or yet to have their breakout appearance, so to speak, I don't know, but I hope to see that in some form in our time. I could talk mysteries for a while, actually, now that I think about it, because that's a lot of the crux for me. I said, smart characters doing smart things. Death Note is a detective story.
Yeah, it is.
By and large. Breaking Bad, in a way, becomes a detective story. That one of the big analogies is the cat and mouse of Mike trying to actually pin down Walter and be able to prove, all right, he's the criminal that I think he is.
Yeah, it does that really well without being a direct, like, detective sort of deal. Once, his brother-in-law gets the idea, it's such a good, so good.
Yeah, and always keeps that, just the stress and tense intensity of it all. Anytime there are those interactions, that it's very good at keeping up pressure and making those moments outside of the meth lab feel meaningful and not just like, okay, we're suddenly in either a sitcom or something else.
Yeah.
Well, okay, want to avoid spoilers, though. Don't worry, we're probably not going to go into anything deeper than that, but if you want to stay spoiler-free, I absolutely respect that. But thank you very much for stopping in, Warlord. Are there any other mystery series that you particularly enjoy, whether they be new or old?
I can't really think of any off the top of my head.
It's one of those things that I know I've seen a lot of mysteries, but I guess there are a lot, and not as many necessarily stick out over time, which is an interesting thing, because I feel like if I were to go back and rewatch some of the ones that I don't have float to the top of my head when prompted, I'd still probably remember the ending, but it's an interesting thing of what you remember and what you don't, especially when you consume a lot of media.
Yeah, I mean, I started this anime a long time ago. I never actually got to finish it, but Bakano is a mystery anime.
Oh my goodness.
It has probably one of the best openings of all time for anime. I didn't finish it, but it's so good.
You said the magic word, Miss Jackie. I love Bakano.
I'm not surprised. I figured you would at least know about it, or if you've watched it.
And it's funny, that one I wouldn't even consider a mystery by and large. I can see the elements that you see, that what makes Bakano a mystery without being a mystery is the fact that, for those who aren't familiar with it, it is a non-chronological story.
Yeah.
That you are bouncing between 3 different major points in history with more than 3 parties. That this is a ensemble show. They make a point of it, actually, on the back of the box for the DVD set, and the promotion, that it's everyone is playing the lead. That there is a character, and one of the central themes brought up in the opening scene is who is the main character of a story. And in that cold open, they establish that the main character of the story is based entirely on perspective. That for every individual, you are the protagonist of your own life. That is your perspective. And for a film about a hero, that if you're seeing it from the hero's point of view, they're the protagonist. But when you have, anti-heroes or just straight up villain stories, that since you're seeing it from their perspective, they are the protagonist, or that they are the main character, regardless of everything else. And in the case of Bakano, that I think it is my favorite piece of non-chronological media, full stop. And it is in my top 5 all-time favorite anime.
I believe it. I never got to finish it, but I know I liked it of what I saw. I really enjoyed it. So I want to go back and finish it. I really do.
Unfortunately, that one, I consider the OVAs to be required reading, but even with the OVAs, it's only 16 episodes. But the thing about Bakano that I always tell people is you must watch episode 1 and episode 16 within a week of each other. That because it is non-chronological and that it jumps around so much, if you watch episodes 1 through 4, put it down for a week, and pick up episode 5, you're gonna have forgotten too much of episodes 1 through 4. That you can probably remember enough, but I think to have the best experience and really see all these different threads come together, that you need to watch them in relatively short order, and whether that be a one-day binge session, which you can do, and I have done, to be fair, that I think a week is about a good span, because then you can watch 3-4 episodes a day, and it's not a huge commitment, but that you keep it pretty compressed.
Yeah.
Awkward Spam Zero in the chat mentions, Mother, have you heard of Danganronpa, murder mystery about high school students? That's a one that I've seen. There's multiple seasons of it. I've only seen the first, but that's, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, Jackie. It's a game adaptation, has a very unique art style, and is based on, it's a bunch of mysteries strung together.
So the thing about Danganronpa is when it first became known, you couldn't get the games when it first became popular.
At least
You
in the
had
West Side,
to yeah, you had to actually read the playthrough on a website. And that's how I experienced Danganronpa, was reading a playthrough of it through a paywalled website.
Okay, so
and being
you've
in the fandom.
been in on Danganronpa way longer than I have.
I experienced the first game, and that's about it. I don't know much about anything else. I've watched and read about the other games out of pure curiosity, but I wouldn't call myself a fan or anything.
Yeah, like I said, that's where I am as well. That I've seen the first one. I had heard of the series prior to the anime. I have not played the game, haven't read any of it on the web. I didn't know that was the origins. I knew that it had released in Japan prior to being adapted and licensed and released in the West as a game, and then even longer before the anime hit the West. But I had no idea that there was at one point
scuffed experience,
almost web fiction type of release. That's I don't know if I've ever heard of that happening before for any series, frankly.
Yeah, so the way it was a forum post, and they would update, and it would be the character sprite and then what their dialogue was, and it was also poorly translated too. So
I assume this is just somebody in Japan who's chronicling and cataloging and basically.
I wish I could remember the exact details. I read it all during college. It's also a very fuzzy experience in college. I don't remember a lot of my in-between classes stuff, but I would read it between my college classes, and just get into the fandom that way.
And that is a fun one. I do enjoy that. It's a weird series, a dark series to be sure. The central theme of that series is literally despair.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you want to see a bunch of very, very anime, because it is a very anime series to be sure, people solving murder mysteries of each other in pseudo battle royale style, Danganronpa is a name that has lasted for a reason.
Yeah, it really has. Yeah, I mean, there's still a prevalent fandom with that series. I know that much.
There's actually the artist from that one did another series recently, similar to what I was mentioning with OVA and Platinum End, that it's called Tribe 9. And it's a baseball anime technically, but it is a anime baseball anime, because the whole thing is, and this is explained in the cold open, so there's no spoilers here, is that basically in this iteration of Neo Tokyo, that street gangs evolved in a way that their primary method of conflict dispute was baseball, but extreme baseball. And apparently the local government, just, as you do in anime, has no way to contain any of this, so they actually just pass a law sanctioning extreme baseball as the method of conflict resolution for their local gangs. And when I say extreme baseball, I mean you clear out the city blocks for when they're playing, because when someone hits this ball, that it is going to go flying over skyscrapers, potentially through Tokyo Tower. The people who are the outfielders have the ability to scale walls, run up, and make catches. Explosions galore. This is the most over-the-top baseball series, possibly just the most over-the-top sports anime I've ever seen, because it knows what it wants to be and is it, and serious is not what it wants to be.
I love
but
that.
It has that iconic art style that you can see it in the character's eyes. The way the artist does eyes screams, just you can tell it's their work. So if you're familiar with Danganronpa, right away you can recognize these character designs as theirs.
Yeah, it's a very distinct and unique style with Danganronpa, like very unique. It's weird, but it works.
Yes, that it's for lack of a better term, it's JoJo-esque in the sense that it is so over the top, but it knows how to take itself just seriously enough to not be serious, to make you to not end up in the uncanny valley, and that it is able to maintain relative realism in its environments despite its character designs being just
wacky.
Yeah.
I mean, because like in the first game, what I recall is like, it can go from very serious to very silly, but still work in a way. So I remember being very emotional about the first game. It's got really good twists, and you do get attached to the characters. You have one character who gets like bludgeoned to death with baseballs, and the other one gets turned into butter. It's like silly and then like super serious and terrible. But it works. The art style makes it work.
It's not quite Hunger Games, but this did come out before Hunger Games, to its credit, and that part of the inherent premise of it is a battle royale-esque thing where only one can survive.
Yeah.
But a fun series, definitely one worth watching either as the anime or playing the game, that I know it's been ported to a good number of systems. I don't know off the top of my head what it's on in the current generation, but I'm sure that it's accessible. It's probably available on the PlayStation stores. My knee-jerk guess there.
I'm not sure. Probably, though. I think it's on a couple of platforms now, so I think it's
on the Switch.
Switch, yeah, I think so. I mean, it plays like a visual novel, so I believe it would be on the Switch.
Yeah, it basically is a visual novel.
Yeah, pretty much is, besides like the mini games, but even then, that's still a visual novel.
That actually reminds me of one of the things that, how the heck did I forget to talk about it? Talk about mysteries and some of my favorites. I'm not sure if you're into Phoenix Wright at all.
I've actually really wanted to play those. I've only experienced them through watching like Let's Plays of Phoenix Wright. But I would love to like stream them and experience them like, hands-on.
Yeah, because those are, once again, just visual novels, and that was the phrase that sort of rung the bell in my mind of, oh, duh, Phoenix Wright is it. Up there for mysteries for me. So watching someone stream that is gonna give you, I would say, 90% of the experience. That part of it is connecting the dots and making those deductions yourself, but they're never too difficult. That the more likely scenario is what the issue is, what the contradiction is, and what you want to present, but especially in the earlier games, sometimes there's a bit of finickiness on the game wants you to present it with this piece of evidence, and there's multiple pieces of evidence that could logically convey the point or contradiction at hand. And that was where I ran into a couple issues, but especially in some of the more recent games that it's much narrower and less chance for you hitting a wall of having the right idea but the wrong execution. That you can have the wrong idea and execute wrongly there, but less potential for that type of confusion. But either way, even going all the way back to the first game is very good. The writing is great. The characters, you want to talk about over-the-top personalities. Phoenix Wright wrote the book on it, and if you like puns in particular, every character name, or just about every character name, is a pun.
See, I'm not really a big fan of puns, but I do enjoy when they're like names of shops or like, characters. Like, I always have like a funny shop name. It's like a pun or like a character's who is a pun name.
And one of the characters, there's Mr. Red White of Blue Corp. Like there's some really low hanging fruit here. The first opposing lawyer that you face is Mr. Winston Payne.
Winston Payne. I love that. I love it.
Sometimes they are particularly overt, sometimes they're a bit more subtle, but the people who did the localization were very good at their job.
Oh, I can imagine, because like that sounds like a lot of work to like translate and localize puns from a different language. That's crazy.
Yeah, usually
very
that involves
admirable.
just rewriting it. That one of the most difficult things to do as a localization team is wordplay. That I'm not sure if you've ever seen the Monogatari series.
I haven't. I've not. I'm really familiar with like with the parts of it, but never seen it myself.
I don't think the Monogatari series will ever be effectively localized into English because too much of it is based in Japanese wordplay.
Ah, I see.
That there's a lot of jokes and puns that the official subtitles do a good job of conveying what's at hand, and you can hear it since you are hearing them talking. You can realize that there's rhymes happening, but it would be like a which is which. But if you tried to translate me saying which is which into Japanese with the different uses of the word, it's not likely to rhyme or flow in Japanese like it does in English. And that is the crux of a lot of the writing.
Okay.
But I haven't seen all of it, but it is a very unique series, and I see why a lot of people really like it. It's an ecchi series, too, to be sure. But,
yeah, I've seen that much. I know that much about it, rather.
But it's a very interesting one, and especially if you like language use, just even if I'm not fluent in Japanese in the least, but I can still appreciate what they're doing and the stuff that they're working with there. Well, that wasn't a tangent I expected. That I was getting ready to wind down, and then we sort of get on, we hit movies, and then we hit mysteries, and then we go from my favorite action or live action movies to one of my favorite animes, and you talking about that one, and then visual novels, Danganronpa. That was a fun diversion.
It was.
Like I said that sometimes the tangents and unexpected ones are the best things, and now I'm trying to mentally rewind. Like, all right, what was the kickoff point? I don't remember.
What we were talking about for then.
That's one of the fun things. It's just things happen, and sometimes I'm really good at remembering. Oh yeah, it was because we were talking about this, and I left off on this thing that I meant to ask you. I can't remember for the life of me what got us onto that tangent.
Yeah, it happens.
It does. Are there any, like, we spoke earlier in the week, and I made a point of saying, we try and think of things for stuff to talk about, and sometimes things happen, as we just saw. Were there any other topics or things or passions that you either haven't had the opening or that it might have popped into your head over the past couple days? Totally fine if not, but before I attempt to wind down again, I do want to give you this one last open shot.
I don't think I have anything else to mention. I love that we went on these tangents though, because one of the things I initially wanted to do with streaming was have a focus on sharing passions and stuff. So I'm being able to ramble about each other's passions is great. That's what I like to do anyway. That's why I stream a lot of my favorite games.
Such an easy show to run.
Yeah.
That I literally just I take a little bit of time earlier in the week and say, what do you like to talk about? Give me the answers to this test in advance. And then we get to those things that people like, and sometimes we hit a tangent. Sometimes I go a show where it's literally just hitting our bullet point list. Sometimes 99% of what happens on a show is not what was discussed earlier in the week. We got a really good blend, I think, for this one, though. That this has been an absolute joy. And we have already passed the 4-hour mark. So this is now up there. I would say my record is 5 hours, just a bit over 5. So you're definitely in the upper third of run times for sure. And this is going to be put up on YouTube. Usually I get it within a week. Naturally, it will be here on Twitch immediately available and for the next 2 weeks before that VOD evaporates, because Twitch is silly and doesn't save their stuff. So I always make it a point to download the VOD. I have a YouTube channel where I get to all the past shows. Like I mentioned, I did an ASMR stream. And so if you want to hear me doing some awkward ASMR and experimenting around with a lot of different things, that's still going to be here for 1 more week. I have that VOD downloaded. I haven't decided if I'm going to upload it to YouTube yet, or if that's just going to be, you had to be there. We'll see later. We'll figure that out. Heck, maybe, I just thought of what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. Next year for my charity stream, because I knew halfway through my charity stream this year that for my anniversary, it's just going to be a charity stream. That's what it's going to be every year. What I've literally just in this moment decided to do, I am not going to post the ASMR video, because it's going to be a goal for next year's charity stream of, reach a certain amount donated, and then I will upload the ASMR stream. So watch it while you can here on Twitch. It's up for 1 more week if you're interested in it. But then it will, hopefully be another roughly 8-9 months until it gets to see the light of day again. So watch it while you can. Before we head out, actually, first off, if you can start poking around and finding us a raid target.
Oh yeah, I've been looking. Let's see who we want to raid. I think I
while you mull that over, do you have anything that you want to announce about this week, upcoming projects, or just your schedule for the next couple days?
I'm going to be live again tomorrow. We're playing Spiritfarer, which is a ongoing game I've been playing on stream. It's an indie game. It's got
that one was on your list of 50.
It's got Ghibli vibes. Yeah, I'm playing it again because I played it when it first released, but they added 3 new characters, which is a huge amount of content for this game. So I'm playing again to experience that. But if you want to cry tomorrow with me on stream, I'm gonna be crying a lot tomorrow because I know we're getting to a sad part of the game. It's a good game. And then Thursday's GeoGuessr night, and then Sunday I'm doing another sub award, which is the Pokemon Smasher Pass. So that'll be a thing on Sunday.
Those are always fun and crazy, and I feel like we're at the tail end of that particular fad, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it's now at the point where we're past the fad enough that I only see these happening once every week or two. So they're now at a pace where it's like, ooh, I like seeing this because it's always fun hearing people's individual takes on it. And it was nice for it being a meta for a week. I'm glad it's not everyone's doing it all the time, because it's basically a one and done. That this isn't a stream or a list that people are likely to revisit every year or something, and it's too long for it to be something that they can just do on a lark to reevaluate. But I'm enjoying now the just slow but steady people hopping on and getting the little input, because it is a fun concept. I'm glad that it happened. So and like you mentioned earlier, that you usually avoid the hot game at the time, and now it is just out of the meta enough that I think it comfortably qualifies for your tendencies, and I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the thing about it too is I still don't know a lot about Pokemon, so it'll be kind of funny also to be someone who doesn't know however many Pokemon there are, and seeing something be like, what is this?
Yeah, you actually have to analyze and consider,
to
whereas
figure out what the
people
hell.
who are big-time Pokemon fans sort of might go in knowing, all right, this one's up, absolutely smash, no question, or this one, pass, never liked them at all. Whereas you're going to actually have to do a more in real-time analysis and consideration.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a fun time. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. You said earlier that there isn't anything public at the time for the Wrecking Crew, but to stay tuned. So definitely do stay tuned for that. Do you have any goals for the rest of 2022? We're only a couple months in right now. Obviously, Partner is checked off the list, literally and figuratively.
Really early. Yep.
Do you have anything, whether it be something explicit and tangible, like, I want to reach 100 concurrent streamers and, have that number for a month, or I have the goal of I want to do this new type of stream that I've never done before, or that I want to complete a given project, even if you don't want to say in full detail what the project is, that any type of goal that you have that you want to accomplish before the end of the year?
Like nothing that's like a set thing. Like I kind of like haven't been focusing on it since all this, new growth has happened with my channel.
That's fair. You've been a little bit busy.
A little busy, but like I always want to try and keep pushing the limits of like what you can do with VTubing and stuff. So I'm hoping that this year I can push out a couple of really unique and cool projects. Not sure what they are yet, but they'll be something, because like, last year I had the silly Garfield Halloween stream where I was like playing a game with my chat, which seemed pretty unique and whatnot. So hopefully I can just kind of keep moving forward and moving upwards this year. That's more or less the goal right now.
Also, Hazardous GC, I missed that 40 minutes ago. Like I said, that's one of the things I'm not very good at. So
fellow
thank you for the
crewmate
follow.
Hazardous, let's go.
Oh, very nice. Awesome. So thank you for the follow. Do you have someone for us to raid?
Yeah, I do.
I have my final question, but I want to have that raid queued up and ready.
I will DM you their name on Discord.
Sounds good.
Yeah, well, this is my IRL best friend, Project Boof Demon. They're live right now. They're a cute VTuber.
Oh, wonderful. Project Boof Demon. Mm-hmm. Well, the final question I have, and it's one that I ask all my guests, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what does it mean to be a VTuber, but to you, Jackie, what does being a VTuber mean? So some people, Poppy, for example, has a bit more of a clinical answer, that he said that, it's a tool in his arsenal as a content creator that, he could do face streaming, but enjoys being able to do that just as a tool that it enables him as a content creator to do different things. Other people have some more personal answers where I've had people say, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone that I can't be in my everyday life. And all those answers are totally valid, everything in between, everything beyond, and that I've found that everyone has a different meaning for them, that some are similar, but that it's still something, whether people realize it or not, is very unique. So I'm curious, for you, Miss Jackie, what does it mean to be a VTuber?
For me, again, it comes with my background of being a cosplayer and a fursuiter. I always found my confidence when I was being a different character. So I see VTubing as almost like cosplaying / fursuiting, if that makes any sense at all. Whereas if I was just a face streamer, I would not be nearly as confident or active if I had my face cam on showing my face. So being a fluffy cat or a Garfield or a cat girl, whatever, I'm able to express myself in the proper way, fully. And also, I like Poppy's answer too, is it does give you more grounds for different kinds of content creation. I like what you can do with VTubers and models. So that's really what it is for me. I like to keep making new models because I like to, see what else you can do with the funny art, like making it move, adding animations and different stuff.
The reason that I asked that question, and it's something that I've had since episode 1, that it was something that I concepted up even before I went live for the first time, and there's certain questions that I've phased in and out, but that one remains my staple as the last question, because like I said, I have found that people always have different answers, and I never know what someone is going to answer, but when they answer, it always makes sense. And for you, the fact that you have that combination actually does make sense, because there is the very obvious parallel of cosplaying in your experience there, which is a big part of how you found VTubing accidentally, as we established earlier in the show.
Yeah.
Likewise, the fact that you approach things with that analytical sense and with the goals that you have, the combination of comfort, expression, but also very active awareness of the tools that this allows you, and the fact that you fell into VTubing in part without knowing what VTubing is, speaks volumes and very much aligns with your answer, even though it is in multiple parts, because all of these parts fit into the whole that is you and that is your content.
But I'm glad it makes sense.
Like I said, it always does, and it's a question I always love hearing, because I think it also helps put a bit of a bow on things, because we've been at this now, like I said, for over 4 hours. It has been an absolute blast. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I hope that those who are tuning in live or are watching this on YouTube after the fact have enjoyed that. There's obviously so much more to you than we can ever get to in 4 hours. So be sure to check out Miss Jackie on her channel. Make sure that there's one last shout out here. So, and copy a shout out as well. And for good measure, maybe the cooldown was still on for that. My bot has been a bit stubborn tonight. That one for. Sigh. Oh well, there's always scuff.
Always. It's all good.
One there for Barry. But thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule, taking one of your off days to join me, to be here. Thank you to everyone from Miss Jackie's chat who took a bit of a leap and decided to come here tonight. Thank you to everyone who tuned in on YouTube after the fact. This show doesn't exist without the guests, and I just really appreciate you sort of taking a chance to be here. And I always say the one thing I try and offer my guests is a good time, so I hope I was able to deliver on that.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. I had a really good time. It was a lot of fun.
Absolute pleasure's all mine. So, folks, I'm going to be starting the outro in just a moment, but hang tight, because we are going to be raiding into Project Boof Demon. I almost said Buff Demon. I was like, no, it's not Buff, it's Boof. So, thank you again. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. If you feel like it, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter, but regardless of if you follow me, be sure to follow Miss Jackie. Be sure to follow Barry, Poppy, and the rest of the folks from the Wrecking Crew. They do amazing work and have far more regular schedules than I do, so check them out. Thank you again. Have a great rest of your evening. I will see you around.